Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria, we dey suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
From the policy side, we need better policies to unlock capital for more impactful investment. Whether it's on the finance side, we need a proliferation of innovative finances that can be deployed for investment in social enterprise, in businesses in Africa. On the intermediary side, we need more intermediaries who have skills, who have capacity and a track record to move money from investors to our market. And in Africa, we have a debt of that. We've seen the growth of private equity in Nigeria. We've seen the growth of impact funds in Nigeria. We need more. But what are those things that we need? We need some kind of fund of funds financing that can help build the market, strengthen the capacity of local fund managers, and to move funds to the market. On the, I think I'm missing a particular sector. On the demand side, we need more enterprises who have the skills, competence, capacity, the structure, the governance in place, right, to scale as businesses, to receive money from investors and use that money in a way to scale their businesses and to solve social and economic problems within Africa. So a systems approach helps us look holistically where are the pain points and what can we do to accelerate opportunities, whether it's economic opportunities, access to finance for women, access to finance for MSMEs. So that's more of a systems approach towards addressing, and every other things in between, like impact transparency, ensuring that we are measuring our impact, we are reporting our impact with credibility. The fact that access to finance for small business is a huge problem.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us on this beautiful Wednesday morning. Let's see what's making the headlines today. Nigerian Senate extends 2024 budget implementation to December 2025. Reps pass bill to make agricultural science compulsory in all secondary schools for second reading. Tinubu to address joint sitting of St. Lucia's Parliament to June 30. Oil prices plunged to $69 as Israel-Iran agree to cease fire. Saudi club Al Hilal offers staggering €160 million deal for Victor Osimhen. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Senate has for the second time extended the implementation of the capital component of the 2024 budget to December 31st, 2025. The Red Chamber revealed this during the plenary on Tuesday following the amendment of the appropriation bill requesting an extension. The Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin, who presided over the plenary, announced the extension of the appropriation bill following its first, second, and third reading expeditious passage considered at the Senate Committee on Supply. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriation, Olamilekan Adeola, led the debate during the plenary, explaining that the extension was required to allow the federal government to complete ongoing projects captured in the budget. Moving on, the House of Representatives has on Tuesday passed for second reading a bill seeking to make agricultural science a compulsory subject in all public and private secondary schools across Nigeria. The proposed legislation was sponsored by Alex Egbona, representing Yakor Abi Federal Constituency of Cross River State. Egbona, leading the debate on the general principles of the bill during plenary, revealed that the proposal aligns with the economic recovery and food security goals under President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. The honorable member argued that introducing agricultural science as a compulsory subject would address food insecurity, reducing the rising rate of youth unemployment. And still on, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will address a joint sitting of St. Lucia's House of Assembly and Senate at 10 a.m. on Monday, 30th of June 2025. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism at St. Lucia, Ernest Ilaire, announced this on Tuesday, noting that the session will take place at the William Jefferson Clinton Ballroom at Sandals Grand, Gros Islet. During a cabinet press meeting on Monday, Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre revealed that the topics of conversation are anticipated to be infrastructure, education, economic development, and diplomatic ties. According to reports, President Tinubu is expected to travel to St. Lucia for a formal state visit from June 28 to July 4th. To end the local news, the Honorable Commissioner of the Lagos State Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Biodun Ogunleye, has called on the state to begin the passing of their electricity laws and other state-initiated implementations to tackle energy crisis in the country. Ogunleye revealed this during his keynote speech at the just concluded BusinessDay Energy Conference on 24th of June. In his words, every state must now begin the process of passing their electricity laws, establishing regulators, and developing viable roadmaps. He also added that winning edges like 100% metering must be properly executed, irrespective of the commission at loss, to achieve this goal.
We stand at the dawn of a new era, a turning point marked by the enactment of the Electricity Act of 2023, which now empowers states to develop, regulate their own electricity markets. For the first time in Nigeria's history, states are no longer expected to be bystanders. We are now expected to be active architects of our own state's energy future. 100% metering is possible, and we can do it in our lifetime. Once people are assured of the source of their revenue and they have line of sight to the revenue that we're talking about, more investment will flow in. Whatever it is that the discos are doing today as revenue, if it's properly enhanced and if they're also properly empowered, we project that you will see between 3 and 4 times that value coming on the market within the next 2 years.
And on the foreign scene, global crude oil prices have recorded a 3% decline, following below the $70 per barrel mark following Israel's agreement to a ceasefire deal brokered by US President Donald Trump to end hostilities with Iran. Crude oil prices extended their steep decline as fading tensions in the Middle East lowered geopolitical risk premiums after US-led B-2 bomber attacks targeted Iran's nuclear site at Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. As of 11:30 a.m. on Tuesday, Brent crude dropped to $69.1 per barrel, while WTI crude fell to $66.5 after the ceasefire announcement. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed the agreement, saying the country had accomplished its strategic goals, including neutralizing Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile threats. And also, Thailand has imposed restrictions on citizens and tourists heading into Cambodia as the two countries remain locked in bitter border dispute. According to reports, foreign tourists are also banned from leaving Thailand for gambling in border towns, including those traveling by air to Siem Reap in Cambodia for gambling. The report revealed that bilateral relations between the two countries are their worst in more than a decade after armed clashes along the border in May left one Cambodian soldier dead. And now to sports, Saudi Pro League giant Al Hilal have reportedly tabled an eye-watering new contract offer worth 160 million euros in a fresh bid to sign Napoli striker Victor Osimhen. According to reports, the new proposal would see the 26-year-old Super Eagles forward earn 40 million euros per year over 4 years, making him one of the highest-paid footballers globally if he agrees to the move. The sports report added that the total value of the deal is said to be more than 160 million euros, with an option to extend. To end the news, Manchester United are reportedly weighing a summer move for Nigerian midfielder Wilfred Ndidi. Reports revealed that the 28-year-old Leicester City midfielder is attracting interest after the Foxes' relegation to the Championship, with the £9 million release clause now active in his contract. Ndidi signed a new 3-year deal last summer, allowing him to leave for a cut-price fee following the club's drop from the Premier League. According to a report from the United States, the Red Devils are monitoring Ndidi's situation as they look for affordable midfield reinforcement later in the transfer window. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
From the policy side, we need better policies to unlock capital for more impactful investment. Whether it's on the finance side, we need a proliferation of innovative finances that can be deployed for investment in social enterprise, in businesses in Africa. On the intermediary side, we need more intermediaries who have skills, who have capacity and a track record to move money from investors to our market. And in Africa, we have a debt of that. We've seen the growth of private equity in Nigeria. We've seen the growth of impact funds in Nigeria. We need more. But what are those things that we need? We need some kind of fund of funds financing that can help build the market, strengthen the capacity of local fund managers, and to move funds to the market. On the, I think I'm missing a particular sector. On the demand side, we need more enterprises who have the skills, competence, capacity, the structure, the governance in place, right, to scale as businesses, to receive money from investors, and use that money in a way to scale their businesses and to solve social and economic problems within Africa. So a systems approach helps us look holistically where are the pain points and what can we do to accelerate opportunities, whether it's economic opportunities, access to finance for women, access to finance for MSMEs. So that's more of a systems approach towards addressing and every other things in between, like impact transparency, ensuring that we are measuring our impact, we are reporting our impact with credibility. The fact that access to finance for small business is a huge problem. Report shows that we have about $331 billion gap in financing SMEs. That's a huge problem itself. And we know that SMEs provide about 80% of the jobs for Africa. And same in Nigeria, but close to 90%, right? Now, access to finance, we need to solve it, particularly local finance, which will hedge out foreign exchange risk. And we're seeing what's happening in terms of geopolitics. Every country is looking nationally and regionally. So Africa too needs to take the lead because we have the opportunities here. We need pension funds to invest in the real sector. Pension funds in Africa need to do more apart from investing in government bonds and government financial instruments. We need to put our money where our mouth is in Africa and ramp up local capital from institutional investors to invest in MSME finance. If we get that right, that's great. Secondly, access to finance for women. Gender investment is another huge opportunity. It's a huge gap that our finance is not addressing. That's what we're trying to do on the region of Africa, close the $42 billion gap between SME finance led by men, SMEs led by men, and SMEs led by women. So these are some of the areas where we want to see change. And then again, policy. We want to see policy at a regional level that will support goods, mobility of goods across borders, mobility of finance across borders, reducing the cost of transactions between Nigeria and the next door Niger Republic or Benin Republic. These are some structural changes we want to see in the region.
We're still at the early stage in terms of the whole impact story for Africa. In Nigeria, we started the impact journey in Nigeria in 2019. This is only 2025, so it's only about 6 years old. Not much has been done yet. The building blocks are being built, the foundation is being set, the institution, the ecosystem is being improved and increased on, and the multiple layers of players that can add value to the ecosystem are now learning how to collaborate together in order to build the right system to achieve the goal that is necessary. And that's critical. And the components include government, includes private sector, it includes activists, and supporting that is a lot of other international parties, DFIs, development agencies of all sorts, apart from development funds. You have philanthropic funds that come into that part as well. But building an economic impact investing environment which would naturally attract the right financing itself, not just waiting for charity or any of that. Making it economically viable to put money to impact investing with promise of profitability and return, albeit with different parameters, creating the right measurements, of all the indices so that you can have data. You can also plan because you have the right data, and you can show results that encourage more people to invest in impact investing. Everybody benefits. Think about all the problems we need to solve: education, agriculture, enterprise development, youth employment and youth engagement, and cutting across gender and all of those areas where we have latent assets that we must activate. Impact investing is a key that can help to unlock a lot of value within there and then help us with economic growth. 50% of our population and global population is female. So it's not rocket science to convince anybody, apart from chairing the Impact Investing Board in Nigeria and being part of the Global Impact Investing Board as vice chair. I serve on the board of 2X Global, which is the largest organization in the world driving gender investing. The reality is, it is smart investment to invest in women. A lot of women are brilliant, they're smart, they're dynamic, they give value, whether they're paid for it or not. So now imagine when you draw that into your economic plan and you rightly train, you rightly empower, and you rightly fund and inspire that other half of your assets, which is human resource. All you can get is phenomenal growth and additional result. And that's really what gender investing is about. It's a business issue. It's not a gender issue. People tend to think what we're talking about is just about women. No, we're talking about you maximizing your economic assets, and women are your economic asset. If they're 50% of your population and you're not investing rightly in them, it means that you're using the other 50%, which is male, to drive the economic investment in 100% of your population. Who does that? And really, in reality right now, there are many women that are single parents, not by choice. Some are widows, some are alone for whatever reason. Sometimes husbands have issues. Women are major economic contributors. Businesses go wrong, people lose jobs. Sometimes women are the ones carrying the burden of their extended family, their parents, their siblings, and all of that. So you don't even need to convince anybody as to why. You need to make sure that you economically empower and derive value from every member of your community, including your women. So it's not a gender issue, it's an economic issue.
So transforming systems is, how do you get impact at the heart of decision making, at the heart of government decision making, so policy levers, at the supply of capital, so that capital is put to work more for impact and for positive social and environmental outcomes, for the intermediaries that need to be put to work, for the demand side of capital. So systems change means building an impact economy and transferring from supply into a much more diversified use of capital so that it really is put to work for positive social and environmental outcomes. I mean, I think we've learned quite a bit today about how important it is to focus on women, women-owned businesses, women-led businesses, women as consumers, women as producers. Essentially, that's sort of the POS. If you can identify an investment strategy that enables gender in some way, shape, or form, your return on investment is almost certain to be higher. I think what's interesting about the summit, the study tour, the event in Accra is that it really is bringing all of the parts, as I mentioned, of the ecosystem together. So you have the fund managers, you have the asset owners, you have the policymakers, you have a number of organizations that are present that are representing that, how do you really support enterprises and build an enabling environment to unlock impact capital? So I think the opportunity is, the networking opportunity is tremendous, and just understanding who people are within the ecosystem to be able to work together is amazing.
We are still continuing the ongoing debates, how we need to deepen investment, impact investment, continuing the transformation of this ecosystem and economic setups to be able to encourage younger minds, especially the youth population of Africa, to deepen their investments, create an enabling environment for them, and then help them to have access to capital to grow small and medium scale enterprises, and by so doing also grow the economy. When we grow the microeconomy together, the macroeconomy expands. Every leader in Africa, every country will set its own tone to help her citizens deepen their impact investment. Fortunately for us in Nigeria, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has created an enabling environment. They have deepened that investment sector and also liberalized the sector so that the Naira can gain stability. Now, funds have been released and a lot of promotion of startups to empower the youth through consumer credit scheme and other initiatives the government has brought in has helped our youth to go into impact investing. And that's one. Second is access to capital. Government has also made access to capital available for young minds through the various loans and grants given through the various government financial agencies that also provide such. That's second problem that may happen if it's not there. But the third one is capacity building. The youth need to demonstrate strong capacity in knowing how to invest into the economy, and that also government has through the private agencies to be able to provide startups, educational grants, and enabling environment and places where talents could be groomed to learn how to impact into investment. Above all, Africa has a very vibrant youth population, and the largest of it is found in Africa. I mean, Nigeria being the largest country. So we take the lead, and we have shown an example how we can achieve and deepen impact investment. So the conversation is still ongoing. We are having a gradual growth. Economy is picking up. And as Nigeria becomes stronger, we know it will affect the rest of Africa.
I think the business as usual is not going to work anymore, as we've seen with all the withdrawal of funding to Africa. So we have to look locally. We have to galvanize local capital. So the ecosystem has to see, how do we draw this capital out? What sort of structures will we make, financial structures in terms of instruments and that sort of thing, will make different investor classes come into the space? Because they're very easy ways to invest your money than PE, VC, and that sort of thing. So we need to figure out, how do we get local capital in? It's been the dependence on the international funders. It's changing. That landscape is changing. And my biggest takeaway from that is that you can't do it alone. It's gonna be an ecosystem approach. You have to get everybody at the table to see, let's find the win-win that's really gonna grow the economy. We need to take climate seriously. The climate change is real. Don't get it twisted, it is very real. So looking at solutions that are affordable and sustainable. We can't have businesses going into the space that they cannot make commercial returns and be sustainable on their own. They can't depend continuously on grant funding. What sort of solutions, homegrown solutions to meet these climate problems that are coming, can be made and made that can scale? I think that, for me, is what we all need to look at. And that's why also catalytic capital for that, because they need to think of different business models that will work for this market.
For us, impact is everything an investment helps generate. So one, you're looking to invest to generate a profit, but also you're creating jobs, you're ensuring taxes are paid, you're giving an opportunity for job providers or job people working, employees, to create a living and help improve living standards for their families and wider ecosystem they're connected to. Impact also stretches further to other stakeholders, suppliers to businesses, as well as buyers of products that are buying high quality products. In addition, you have environmental impacts where you're looking to improve air quality, reduce emissions, polluting emissions. And, so just a wide variety and swath of things that investing helps provide more positive impacts for communities. Gender lens is very critical. I mean, women are 50% just about of the population. We've made more than a tilt, but actually building an infrastructure to help support women-owned businesses and through helping create more female fund managers. And we're doing that through 3 primary pillars and following a certain framework called ABCD. The ABCD framework shapes those 3 pillars. One is accelerating, so providing an accelerator for female fund managers to train them. We've taken 45 female fund managers through that over the past 2 years. We have a bridging facility, the B, a warehouse bridging facility to help female fund managers invest in initial transactions to help build and demonstrate their track record for other investors to then come in. And then we have the catalyzing, where the fund we're putting together will attract other investors to catalyze the female fund managers that we've helped bring into existence through the accelerator, through the bridging facility. And then as we catalyze them, we further help them deepen the work they're doing through various financial and legal and operational support that we've developed through the years in our existence to bring to bear for these female fund managers.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and now we are ready to see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
And we're ready to see what we have on the front page this morning. We're starting off with the Business Day paper this morning. The big story on the Business Day paper this morning says electricity market reforms demand state-level financial viability. And this is of the backdrop of the Business Day conference, energy conference, which held yesterday. And, you know, these are conversations that have come off from that event. And then another story here says sex tenure limits trigger succession fears among CEOs and directors. And on page 29 says Dangote Cement EBITDA crosses 1 trillion naira mark. That's on page 29 of the paper. But we start off with the big story, speaking on electricity market reforms, demanding state-level financial viability. Obviously, this is something that the Honorable Commissioner for Lagos State for Energy and Mineral Resources had also mentioned this also in his speech, and I think it's really important right now. Valentine, you want to come in?
The good thing is both of us were there at the event.
Absolutely.
Moderated, and great job, by the way. We're there. We saw from beginning to the end. We understood that there were other lacunas that needed to be brought to the table. But our take home, right, for us simply was very clear, which is, look, the power distribution companies need to understand it's no longer business as usual, right? There is a huge market right now. And when they say when there's competition, anyone who is losing or put this way, lacking behind will step up. But amongst everything, I like the fact that the commissioner highlighted, and then he used a video, it kind of, more or less like a sarcastic video, but it was interesting, right? We saw the part where a particular person on social media posted a video saying, okay, so there's war going on in Iran and Israel, but yet they do have light. So what does that tell you if we come back home? Simply means that, look, power is essential. It is a major point. Without power, businesses can fold. You know, and so when we're looking at that story and we're merging what's going on in Nigeria, we realize that we still have work to be done. But the question is, why is it taking this long? We also saw some other insights where he brought to the ground, saying, look, you know what, that we can have this alternative power supply and at the same time be able to say, merging with what we have with what federal government is issuing. But you must optimize. You must, you know, like you always say, have a plan B for your plan A. You know, but give and take, give and take. If electricity is important, we should treat it as such. The market is huge. We also saw other speakers at the event who, you know, streamlined the fact that as much as they're into alternative power supply and they sell, you know, generators and things to enable people to have electricity, it's also important that we as a country work on those lacunas. Even if there's 24 hours power supply, right, there will still be need to buy generators. There will still be need to have solar panels and all that stuff. Why? Because some other businesses that are off-site where the grid might not have distribution of power too, you need all those things. Like sites, you need generators. So they will not get out of business. But the everyday Nigerian that needs supply of electricity to run their business, the woman who's in the market, who has a grinding machine, you know how much she's going to spend buying fuel? She can't even afford a diesel generator or even a small generator. What about the barber? You know, so you look at all these areas and then it becomes very clear to you that electricity is nothing to play with. And like I said, that video that we saw, I wish we had it, could have played it though.
Yeah, I think we could get the video sometime later.
You know, that video made us understand that even at war, right, they still have light. So when are we going to get to a point in this country where we're not at war, even though we know that we have issues with insurgents and Boko Haram, but at least people are still moving around. Okay, are we going to get to a point where when the light comes up, we'll not hear children say, up NEPA? Even though NEPA has been regulated to the background. When light comes on, light goes, you won't say, oh my God, what's going on? We will get to a point where we don't have to celebrate light. Let us see it as we breathe in air. If we can get to that point, I think that we could have done justice to that topic, knowing that the electricity market, you know, reforms, demand, and every other thing is heading somewhere. So that whoever missed that event should look out for part 2 of it.
No, I mean, you could just head over to our YouTube channel. It was streamed, so the recording is right there. Business Day Energy Conference. Head over to the Business Day TV channel and watch. It was truly insightful, from the keynote address to even the welcome address by the publisher, which was also very thought-provoking.
I didn't even mention that.
Yes,
too,
there was so much to think about, to ponder on. And the keynote from the commissioner was sort of like a response, you know, clarifying things. And, you know, the panel sessions were also very enriching. Also, the industry presentation also given by one of our sponsors was quite insightful. So it was just one of those conferences where everyone, JMG, yes, Mr. Rabi Jamal, and everyone left feeling much more, you know, there was the need to take action.
Of course.
There was things to ponder on. You know, it was a very insightful conference. So watch out for it, or look out for it on Business Day TV channel. It's right there. You know, the views also yesterday, there were lots of people that also joined virtually, and it was truly insightful. But there was also something that, you know, the publisher had mentioned, the publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Aibogun. There was something that he had mentioned, saying that he doesn't think that in his lifetime he would ever see 24 hours power supply. I don't know where you stand on that.
So it's not wrong, because see, it is only said that it is through that you have dancing, isn't it? So I'm talking about we being Nigerians. It is when people start clapping, you start having rhythm. So if by now, I'm sure we're aware of more than 30 years of epileptic power supply. If by now we cannot be able to confidently say we can enjoy 24 hours power supply, uninterrupted power supply. I'm not going to talk about 1 week, I'm talking about 1 full day. Whether you're on band A or band B or band C or whatever, if we cannot enjoy that, truly speaking, anyone should be able to say exactly what he said. because you only see what is going on now. How are you going to anticipate that, okay, in the future we'll have, uninterrupted power supply? So I think he's right. I agree with him that I don't think, right, in our lifetime. But again, as much as it's a bitter pill to swallow, it is the fact. They say call a spade a spade.
You have to be realistic.
Exactly, and maybe you could dig a hole so we can bury all our problems in it. But anyways, I think I agree with him.
I think if when the rich people, I mean, it's what it is. There are some people that have more means than others.
Most
if perhaps many of them could get off the grid, you know how the commission had mentioned I was completely off the grid. If many of them can get off the grid, and then that also reduces the load
of electricity,
gulping people making use of electricity from the grid. That could also help.
But again, do you think the reason why we don't have constant power supply is because of the load, or maybe some people are just saying, because in Nigeria, once you create a bottleneck, people pay you money. Let's be honest. When there is a bottleneck, let's bring it home here. I've driven down the road before, and then I realized that when we have more checkpoints, it's just either before or after a pothole. And you need to wonder, why is it that pothole is where they go and stay? So because they know you slow down. So that's a bottleneck. As a motorist, as someone who's a driver, I'm driving for 25, 27 years or more. And I can tell you, wherever there's a huge pothole, there is a likelihood of 80% either you see thugs or you see, security personnel there just wanting to, I wouldn't use the word extort always, but at least put you in a very difficult position. So if you look at it closely, it trickles down to that level. The same thing in even some universities, where you hear, sex for scores and stuff like that. So they make things very difficult for you. I'm not saying all, but some few bad eggs that have been brought to light already. They make things difficult for you as a woman.
So you
will now be forced to now say, okay,
you'll be left with no choice. Or you'll be left with a very tough choice.
Exactly. So they frustrate a lot of girls out there, some who have managed to graduate, who are now in working class, some are married. You could hear the stories. I mean, on air the other day, on radio, I heard people talking about a lot of things, and it will shock you. So I don't want to tell you, but they send you and tell you their personal experiences. So, and this cuts across board. It's almost beginning to look like a Nigerian thing where create hardship and then people will bend. Yes, it's like that around the world, but like they say, when Nigeria happens to you, but we pray Nigeria never happens to us. I always use the word pray, even though practically we should put that aside. I'm not saying we shouldn't pray, but they say pray and watch. Watch for a reason.
Right, watch and pray.
Watch and pray, and at the same time, verify, ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions, Nigerians. If something going the way you want it, ask questions and say, oh, wait a minute, why don't you have power supply? Don't just say, okay, I'll buy generator, I'll put fuel, and I'll run it through. I keep on saying one day I'll come here with jerry can and put the price of fuel, so that next 6 months we'll compare and contrast.
Right.
So we know exactly how much.
What it is now.
People are spending a lot of money on this thing. So anyways, so we don't drag the story too much. For me, I think for what it's worth, even though our thoughts should be on one end, I would maintain balance. To take home for that is simple, which is, number one, if power supply is going to be consistent, then we should think about things surrounding those areas. To say, what and what do we have to put in place? Are they getting paid well? Because remember, a hungry man is an angry man. Even though some Nigerians could be very greedy. They want more and more. What if we pay them 1 million naira a month? Their needs will only increase. But let's meet them halfway. Is the government meeting them halfway? Are salaries being paid on time? These are other factors too. So I'm not just going to throw all the guys under the bus. No, think about it. So you have people who are not being paid properly. And they have families like you. They want their kids to go to good schools. Transport fares is increasing on the daily. Cost of food is increasing on the daily. So all these factors could make someone who has great integrity and great, zeal to serve the nation and help the power sector work begin to bend to one corner. They become compromised. This is just what human factor is like. So pay them well so they have no reason to become compromised. And once they don't compromise, right, they don't have to sabotage electricity supply. So if invariably what happens, it reaches where it's supposed to get to. And those people on the ground can run their businesses. You see how this thing trickled down? Are you going to clap for me now?
Why? Absolutely. But let's move on and see what we have on the front page of the Guardian paper this morning.
So you have,
I mean, you have it. Yes, yes.
Okay, so it says project funding execution stall over poor budget implementation. Again, project funding execution stall over poor budget implementation. Now, let's be honest. You're talking about funding projects and execution and being stalled and all that issue. Look, is the money even there? Right? Is the money there for us to be able to say, okay, we are funding this project and it shouldn't stall? Or is the money not there? Or are they saying, use up your money, go and do what you have to do, fund it, and then later we'll pay you back? Have you ever done government project before?
I've never. I've not done government projects.
I have. And I can tell you for the fact that as much as this, take a look at it and see.
Right.
As much as you go into government, whatever it is, and you maybe get a job and then they fund you. The truth of the matter is that sometimes they'll tell you, start it with your money, let's see. Again, you wouldn't blame them. The reason why this happens is because most people in the past collect money and they disappear. And so accountability, right, is not followed through. And by the time you look at the time, energy you spend trying to get that person back, you just move on to the next project. So government has lost a lot of money. So now maybe they're saying, okay, project funding, execution stalls, most definitely to stall because they'll tell you, guys, use your money. How many people have the capital? Logistics business has to do with you having capital in your pocket. Now, to what, how is it related to what this story is? Maybe in the next page, fully, we'll see what it is. But will project always stall? Yes, because of the level of bottlenecks and the regulatory bodies around it. It's difficult to get a yellow paper in, for instance, NDDC. I've done before in Port Harcourt, where we go and look for jobs, and and my partners tell you, this thing is not easy to get. It's difficult, and when you finally get to tell you, okay, starting with your own funds first, and they'll come back and they'll pay you whatever it is. Even after you're done with it, let's assume you borrow money from the bank and you do all that stuff. Before you're even done with it, halfway, right? The community will come and tell you, okay, Alpha, give us money now. What's happening? Meanwhile, they've not funded you yet. So they will probably tell you, well, I don't know if that has changed. It's not as if it's across board. For some people, it's like that. But for most major agents and institutions, they will tell you, start with your money. Let's see how serious you are. Maybe subsequent ones, when they're now used to you, they cannot be giving you fund you ahead of time. But will these things create bottlenecks for projects? Yes. Will it stall? Yes. But what in relation to what now? That's what we'll find out. If it is federal, if it is national, if it is state, we will know. If it's just government officials alone, if it trickles down to individuals, we will know in the next page of that story.
Right. There's another story here that actually tickles my fancy. It's this one on Lagos to begin digital numbering of houses from July 1st.
Wow.
I think it's about time for us to have digital numbering. But what does that even really mean for Nigerians? Yes, going digital, quite important. But when I think about it, and I think about the fact that we still have a numbering problem, even without going digital. Like there are times where you see 6A, 6 this, it's scattered. So you say 6, and then you think 7 should be the next one, and then they say the 7 is at the end of the street. I'm saying it because in my street it happens. Every time Uber is coming and say, "Oh, where is this one?" I thought I said, "Oh, this is my number." They said, "I thought I just passed." I'm like, "That's not it. You have to come." It's confusing. They feel confused. So I don't know if there's anything that can be done to correct that. First of all, digital numbering. What really is in it for us right now?
So I mean, the good thing is now they are beginning to be aware. They say one of the ways to cure a sickness is to diagnose it. So is this a sickness first? Is the idea of numbering houses or numbers on houses, is it that it is not following sequentially? If that be the case, then, which means this move makes sense. Because remember, this is a major move now. It's a contract that they're giving out to some people. So the question now is, apart from the fact that money be pushed that way, because as broadcasters, we must look at both ends. So is this our big problem? If that be the case, what's been allocated for that? Money is going to go into that project first. Now, is it a problem in the first place? If it is, how come all along has not been spoken about? Isn't it under the Ministry of Urban Regional Planning? So if they say that they want to begin to make it more digitalized, is that what they're saying? So
yeah, they want to make it digitalized. Yeah.
Okay, so digitalized. Are you telling me that Google really got to you first? Because it's your Google map and your if you're driving, like, you put your Google whatever it is, and you say number this, that, it takes you straight to that number. So think about it. We're just trying to be objective here.
Yes.
Think about it. Don't you think that is another angle that some people want to use to collect funds? Because you tell me, okay, you want to make it now more digital. In what way? You want to use AI to help out?
There's certainly no lie about the fact that there are people that are going to benefit.
That's
of this,
it.
Financially.
Because right now,
if
I put number 6A, blah 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 blah, it will bring you here, isn't it so? Because this is where our studio is.
Obviously.
So, are you saying that Google knew this way before you to digitalize numbers? Next story, please.
There's also another story here that says 53. Right. The story that I think is quite necessary at this point. 53 suspects arrested over Benue Plateau killing, says the IGP. Right. I mean, it was about time for us to have that. And then there's also another story on page 4 that says Tinubu farmer herder conflict is an opportunity to structure social stability and food security.
Before we jump into that second one, the first one you called was which one again? I think the headers. Tinubu
arrested 53 suspects arrested over Benue Plateau killings.
I can't wait for the time when we'll have the device where we can open the phone lines on TV. Then you will hear Nigerians, because only just yesterday, I created a poll on my social media page talking about this headless thing. You did be shocked the kind of response. I did not do that on a platform where you have all the airways running through, because Nigerians are going through a lot. The good thing is that at least now they said they've apprehended some people. But let's just look at it closely. And it's not me making, assuming. So it is alleged that most of the time, when there's a big issue and heads will roll if answers are not brought to the table. If, suspects are not brought to the table, especially when it's high profile. Like when Tinubu says, and when the president says, get me those who are responsible. I don't know if you know about this, but most of the time, there is ready to go detain people to use to say, okay, you know what? Again, it's alleged. We cannot verify that.
Yes, we can't verify.
But we've had issues where they interview somebody who is said to be a criminal and say, come, I've seen it before. You put the mic there. In fact, I've been there before as a reporter. Put the mic there and ask the person, so why did you commit this crime? He will ask you, what crime? Say, they said you raped this girl. Why did you rape this girl? Say, no, that's not why he's here. He's here because he stole money or this, that. He's shocked. Wait a minute. You said you didn't know that you raped. Say, no, he's here. Okay. So you look around and look at security people. This guy, you say is you paraded him that is. I see that is wrong, and they tell you no. Interview the next person. And question now goes, wait. Why are you asking us to interview the other person when this person just says that this is not why he's here for? And the guy was, again, yes, it might be a criminal, but again, you're only guilty, right? You're innocent till proven guilty in court of law.
Right.
But they are suspects. And again, I must give kudos to the police now for blurring their faces until they are actually, declared by the court that these people are criminals. But back to the story now. Some people have been arrested. That's what the story says. And brought forward. Let's hope that these people are the right people. And let's hope that they will actually be found guilty when all evidence are presented for the judge or whoever's going to rule against the case, give and take. And let us also hope that we don't see these continuous, killings and all that stuff. Whoever it is that is the head of it, get them, like the commissioner likely said last time, he said, cut off the head of the snake. Maybe the body will move for a while. After a while, it will cause less trouble. Let us just hope that things come out well. But more importantly, were the right people, or rather, those caught, are they the right people? That's just my question. We stay on the fence. I will throw it out to our public. to decide.
You've asked a very necessary and important question there, and this one from President Tinubu saying that the farmer-herder conflict is an opportunity to structure social stability and food security. I think that's a step in the right direction, if you ask me. You know, it actually is an opportunity to structure social stability and food security. But again, we don't want this thing to just be nice to hear, nice to hear here and there. We want action. Okay, yeah, so you have structured the food stability, security. You get, it's not just coming and saying, oh, it's an opportunity to. What then happens after that? So
again, we can only talk about it, but what we say here is not like a resolve to say, okay, this is what needs to be done. But let us mention it. If it's going to resolve, or rather, if it's going to, is a good step in food security, how is it a good step? You know, are we saying now, we can now say, because of time, I can now say, okay, we have more farms outside those areas where there are volatile areas, or it will now, maybe I agree with him saying it will trigger other, you know, less busy farmers across the nation to begin to see farming as an important area. So maybe that's where Agnew is coming from. I agree with him.
Absolutely. But let's move on now and see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning. The time is fast spent, but let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day. It's always a good way for us to
end with a smile,
end the conversation. So there is that building right there that says Town Hall, and then you see from inside the town hall, what you see on top is clap, clap, clap. That is, people in that town hall are clapping, and of course you see cars parked outside, which means that there are people who have, you know, the people that have come into this building, obviously for there to be cars parked outside. And then someone, you know, you can see this, just people passers by said, is that a town hall or a theater? And the reason why it's asking that is obviously because it's loud. The applaud is loud. And then the other person says, same thing, a politician performing lies, full house, clapping. And it just depicts the you know, the situation or the current state of things. Typically, you have these town halls and then people are applauding, and you wonder if really they should be applauding. Like, who then has the problem? Those of us applauding, or the people that you know are coming to
that question? Now, I was going to talk about it from the flip side. You know, unfortunately, because of the behaviors and the character, you know, display of our politicians before now, we always say that politics is a dirty game. Most politicians don't say what they do and they don't do what they will say. We understand these things. But again, I think when we have bad leaders or bad politicians, look, the followers are equally as bad as the politicians. Let's call a spade a spade. A politician might have great intention. A politician, and I'm coming to that cartoon, might have great intention. But once he starts campaigning, right, the first thing one follower will say, one follower, whoever it is that I want to vote, will say, hey, wait. Now you've come now. Kilomua, what did you bring? Can he water? In Igbo, what did you bring? How do you say that outside? I'm trying to, I don't know. But anyway, but cut across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Those who might want to vote you in or whatever it is will first ask you, give us the interim one and let us be happy now. So you put these politicians in a tight spot, right? And this is not me making a case for politicians, right? Because politics is important. It's everywhere. It's even in the home. It's everywhere. But bad politicking creates bad leaders. And so we want people to be able to have healthy political careers, healthy political conversations that will spark intellectual growth. That's the kind of town hall meeting that I want to attend. When I'm being called to moderate or MC of those things, I'll first and foremost look at those who are the speakers and spark intelligence. Because I don't want to leave a place the same. So even for someone who's a moderator, you go there and you hear what most of the followers are saying, it will shock you. The attendees, I hope they brought item 7. I hope this, that. And I'm wondering, this conversation is a conversation that's going to help grow the community, grow your immediate environment, to make sure that the nation is better, the nation gets, is better. So why not become a good stakeholder instead of waiting for item 7 or some incentive? So you hear them clapping, it will shock you. They are clapping so loud so that they are telling this man, look, all what you're saying, right, something must come out of it. I'm sure the man who is a politician will wonder, I haven't said anything much. Why are they clapping so much? So to him now, they preempted him saying we're clapping now. So the next thing you will say,
something
right?
must drop.
Yeah, so you better lie so we can clap more, and so something must drop. So you see now, most of the time, the ones who are the attendees and the stakeholders and the so-called followers or voters might just be the problem that we have. I'm not making a case for politicians, but let us strike a balance. Yes. They say in politics, no permanent friend, no permanent enemy, only permanent interest. What about the followers? Most of them are ajib. Any power, I mean, is it any group or any, how do you say it?
I don't know.
There's a saying that goes like, is there any power in, I've forgotten how to say that. Is there
any government
in power, that's in ajib. It's not about the oil company. It's just, there's an acronym that flows around this whole political space. So most of them who are, in a particular party, as soon as they see that there's more money flowing here, they simply just decamp.
Anywhere but left face.
Anyway, but that's what I was saying. You know this is very well. So for me, I think that cartoon spells it out. As much as we want to point fingers at the politicians, let's also point fingers at those who are the followers and the voters. Look at it now. Clap, clap, clap. You can't tell me politicians is the one clapping all these things that we're seeing. No. So the followers are clapping very hard because they are expecting something to drop. I know my time is up already, so let's don't extend, but I'm having fun.
All right, absolutely. I did enjoy the cartoon of the day today. I like how, they're always able to just capture these things in a way that just keeps you, thinking,
most definitely.
Mental exercise, and then very enjoyable at the same time. So shout out to Mr. Mike Asuko for always doing an excellent job on the cartoon of the day. Our cartoonist for doing an excellent job on the cartoon of the day.
Give me a round of applause.
Right, let's also but this our own is very true. There's no gimmick. Very, very true. Thank you so much, and thank you for watching. This has been the newspaper review segment. Up next at the top of the hour is the big story. Do stay with us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Moniaka Valentine.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wale Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 RegTech Africa Conference and Awards, a flagship platform for dialogue,
innovation, and actionable insights at the intersection of regulation, technology, and financial inclusion in Africa.
RegTech Africa hosted a conference on the 22nd and 23rd of May 2025, themed Unlocking Africa's Cross-Border Payments, Trade and Investment Opportunities through Public-Private Partnerships. The conference united fintech innovators, Nigerian regulatory commissions, investors, policymakers, and industry leaders to explore actionable strategies that will foster growth in Africa's promising economy. The first day kicked off with the CEO of RegTech Africa, Mr. Cyril Okorigwe, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
This conference is a bold step forward, designed to move us from barriers to bridges, from policy to practice, and from innovation islands to connected ecosystems. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 RegTech Africa Conference and Awards, a flagship platform for dialogue, innovation, and actionable insights at the intersection of regulation, technology, and financial inclusion in Africa.
RegTech Africa hosted a conference on the 22nd and 23rd of May 2025, themed Unlocking Africa's Cross-Border Payments, Trade and Investment Opportunities through Public-Private Partnerships. The conference united fintech innovators, Nigerian regulatory commissions, investors, policymakers, and industry leaders to explore actionable strategies that will foster growth in Africa's promising economy. The first day kicked off with the CEO of RegTech Africa, Mr. Cyril Okorigwe, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
This conference is a bold step forward, designed to move us from barriers to bridges, from policy to practice, and from innovation islands to connected ecosystems. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in rigorous and forward-thinking discussions across 10 specialized roundtable tracks, bringing together over 70 top leaders, policymakers, innovators, and influencers from around the globe. These sessions are not merely conversations, they are catalysts for the kind of change we need. Practical, scalable, and inclusive.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Directorate, CBN, represented by Mr. Okpanachi Usman Moses, Director, Statistic Department of CBN, who made emphasis on how crucial a paradigm shift is needed in creating a seamless payment, investment, and trade system in Africa.
Mobile money has demonstrated a transformative impact on the African economy with substantial growth in transactions, facilitating intra-African trade, notably for SMEs, and generating significant economic returns.
The occasion featured keynote presentations from Mr. Richie Emma, representing the private sector's perspective, as well as Mr. Abdulrashid Bawa for the public sector.
So we see that 54 organizations, right, reported experiencing data breach, right, caused by third parties. And 76% of compliance managers still rely on manually scanning regulatory websites, searching for information, searching for updates. Regulation as a whole, compliance as a whole is very complex because it keeps evolving, it keeps changing. Every single jurisdiction has its own requirements, data protection law, data storage, and all of that. It KYC processes. We have to be in line. We have to communicate. The public sector, the private sector must communicate. The battle is won. The winner is also won. And either we will like it or not, I personally want to win. That's why we are offering a solution that can help the private sector to win, as well as the public sector.
Africa's financial evolution cannot be driven by one sector alone. It must be a collaborative effort that breaks down silos between innovators and regulators, and between governments and entrepreneurs. And to unlock this full potential of digital finance and regional trade, three things must be done. Regulators must become agile architects of inclusive, risk-based frameworks. Innovators must embed compliance and transparency from the outset, not as an afterthought. And governments must invest in national and regional RegTech infrastructure, thereby creating a financial ecosystem where every penny is traceable and every transaction is accountable. I know that people will say that it's a tall order, but I believe with technology, we can do wonders. It is only through this synergy that we can bridge the gap between vision and vigilance, and between opportunity and oversight.
Ambassador Peter Ryan also provided a diplomatic perspective.
Technology is all about your openness and your willingness to work with partners, the education and the readiness of your society to adopt new technologies and to really build world-class collaboration. And Ireland is only a small little place. I just keep repeating that to you. So we don't claim to be the best at anything really, but there's one or two things where we're really, really in an interesting position. And one of them, many of them will surprise you. They surprise me every day. So I'll just give you a couple of them if I may. One is that we're the 6th largest exporter on the planet of financial services. We only have 1% of the population of the European Union. There's 193 countries in the United Nations, and Ireland is number 6 on the planet in exporting financial services.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers and roundtable sessions which were able to address how to tackle transaction costs, infrastructure gaps in cross-border payments, combat financial crimes, and protect consumers through a multi-stakeholder approach while building digital trust in a complex technological era. At the end of the event, some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference, alongside thoughts on the opportunities that await Africa.
RegTech solutions enabling digital identity.
Good morning and welcome to the morning market brief on BusinessDay TV, where we give you a breakdown of what went on in the global markets from the day before till this morning. Before we go into the market brief, we'll start with headlines making the rounds. Global crude oil prices plunged 3% on Tuesday, falling below $70 per barrel after Israel agreed to a broke-fired ceasefire deal with Iran, easing geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. Brent crude dropped to around $69.11, while WTI, that's the US crude, slipped to $66.55 as fears of supply disruption subsided. The truce, which was confirmed by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, and the US President Donald Trump, follows a 12-day conflict that was sparked by Israeli strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. Netanyahu declared that Israel had met its objective, including dismantling key threats. The ceasefire initially steadied market. However, tensions flared again after Israel accused Iran of violating the truce with a ballistic missile launch, an allegation that Tehran has denied. However, oil analysts are expecting the bearish trend to persist, citing that there has been a concern of oversupply and weak demand growth. So, with global inventories likely to rise in the second half of the year, there may be further downward pressures on oil prices, which will now except there is a major demand recovery. Then on the news, on the equity side, we see that after the ceasefire deal was brokered, US stocks surged by over 1% on Tuesday as investors cheered a tentative truce between Israel and Iran. We see S&P 500 going up by 1.1%, and the Nasdaq, we saw it go up by Nasdaq 100 hit a new all-time high. Meanwhile, Americans are also, or investors across the world, are also analyzing the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell's testimony before the Congress. And the Nasdaq 100 closed at a record high, while the S&P closed at just shy of its all-time high. At the same time, Jerome Powell was speaking to the Congress, saying that the time for rate cuts may not be yet here. And Donald Trump announced the ceasefire despite reports of Israeli violation. However, the market saw the signs of the ceasefire as signs of cooling tension. According to Greg Basok of AXS Investment, who was speaking to Reuters, he said the bulls are out of their bucking chute, noting optimism that calm in the Middle East is boosting equities. However, on the other hand, we've been seeing oil prices fall as risk premiums have declined, weighing on energy stocks listed on the equities market. Then on the other hand, we see Jerome Powell, who is the US Fed Reserve Chairman, stating that people will need to exercise patience on rate cuts as there are still uncertainty around tariff hikes that plagued the market around April. Then in the Nigerian scene, we are seeing that foreign portfolio investors have significantly ramped up their activities on the NGX, trading around 996 billion worth of equities in the first 5 months of 2025. This is more than double the 458 billion that they recorded in the same period of 2024. This surge now represents 29.17% of the total NGX trading, up from 20% during the same period in 2024. Analysts are attributing this record inflow to improved FX and macroeconomic stability following reforms by the central bank. Domestic investors still lead the market with around 70.83% of market activity, but foreign participation is steadily rising. In May alone, we saw foreign transactions surge by nearly 89% month on month. This buoyant FPI trend underscores growing investors' confidence in Nigeria's economic outlook, a promising signal for capital market debt and liquidity in the near term. America's biggest banks are expected to pass the Fed stress test. The Federal Reserve, which is the American banking regulator, is going to be carrying out stress tests on 22 banks in the coming months, and according to analysts, these banks are expected to pass the test, and this may pave way for higher dividends and some share buybacks. America's largest banks are expected to pass the Federal Reserve's annual stress test with ease this year, signaling that strong capital position could pave way for higher dividends and share buybacks. Analysts noted that a less severe testing methodology in 2025 will featuring milder assumptions around GDP decline, unemployment and asset prices means lenders will likely face lower capital buffers. The Fed stress test was introduced after the 2008 financial crisis, and it evaluates whether 22 major banks can weather a severe economic downturn. This year's result is due on Friday, and according to analysts, it is likely to show improved performance, allowing lenders to return more capital to shareholders. JP Morgan analysts are forecasting that dividends may increase by around 3%. Despite optimism, some analysts, including those at Raymond James, caution that banks may remain conservative due to economic and regulatory uncertainty. However, ongoing Fed reforms aims to make the test more transparent and predictable, with firms like Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley poised for improved capital buffers outcomes. When we're back from the break, we'll give you reports from the NGX and other global markets. On the equity side, we've been seeing a lot of bullish action continuing from last week Wednesday. We've seen the NGX we've seen the NGX gain over 1% every day for 3 days consecutively. And on Tuesday, the story was not different, as the NGX gained 1.02% to almost near the 120, as the all-share index almost hit the 120,000 mark. We now see the all-share index at a new all-time high. So we are hitting new all-time highs like every day now. We've been doing it for the past 1 week. The all-share index closed at 119,790.82. We can see it hit the historic 120,000 mark today if bullish action continues in the NGX. Year to date, the market has gone up 16.38%, with our market cap now crossing the 75 trillion naira mark. It has now officially crossed the $50 billion mark. Our total traded volume 678,752 shares, with total traded value at 23.7 billion naira. Amongst our top gainers, we saw massive buying activity on a lot of consumer goods and agricultural stocks. Leading the gainers, we see Dangote Sugar gaining 10%. We also see Okomu Oil. Okomu Oil was the top traded share yesterday in terms of value, as over 4 million of the shares were traded. Essentially, increased and heightened buying pressure on that share is still ongoing, as it may now follow in the footstep of his fellow oil palm producer Presco to hit a trillion naira mark. UPDC, another gainer, hit 10% gain to close at a share price of 3 naira 30 kobo. We see Beta Glass continue its rally this year. Beta Glass has moved from Beta Glass has appreciated by over 100% this year, moving from a share price of around 176 naira, now closing at a share price of 333 naira 95 kobo. Champion Breweries continues its rally this year, moving from around 3 naira 80 kobo at the start of this year to now hit a share price of 9 naira 92 kobo after gaining 9.98%. Amongst our losers, we see Dar Communications lose 7.81% to close at the share price of 59 kobo. Prestige Insurance down by 5.56% to close at the share price of 1 naira and 2 kobo. IMG, that's Industrial and Medical Gases, down by 4.30% to close at a share price of 33 naira 40 kobo. Then the Nigerian Police Force Microfinance Bank down by 4.25% to close at a share price of 2 naira 3 kobo. Then Aradel also saw increased trading pressure to close at a share price of 515 naira after losing 4.06%. Amongst our most actively traded stocks yesterday, we saw quite a bit of activity in the financial services side, with Living Trust Mortgage Banks recording a trading volume to the fact that there will be no more war in the Middle East. Every tension around the Strait of Hormuz is down. Investors are now positioning for growth and this was not just in the US exchange. We saw the US exchange move 1.06% on the Dow Jones. S&P 500 just short of his all-time high, just short of his record high mark. Nasdaq Composite also short of his record high mark, and this trend continued across the Asian market yesterday, as we saw the Nikkei 225 close 1.14, the Kospi index closed 2.96% up, and the Hang Seng index closed 2.06% up. In Europe, the trend also continued, as globally equity investments have seen a lot of bullish action. Investors are putting their money into stocks as the global economy is positioned for growth, at least at the present moment that we're in. And that's all we can take on Morning Market Brief from Business BDTV this morning. I'm being your host, David Olujimi.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day,
Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Discuss issues. Good morning and welcome to BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss issues affecting our society and how it affects us too as people, as Nigerians. Today we'll be looking at two issues. One is the continued killings in Benue State, and the other issue, of course, is the introduction of the e-collab system on the Lekki-Epe corridor by the Lagos State government in a move to regulate the operations of petroleum trucks on the route. We recall what Papa used to be like, and I think the Lagos State this time around is trying to avoid the Lekki-Epe Express Road turning into another Papa. And as usual today, I have with me to discuss these issues Mr. Odinaka Anudu, the Deputy Editor of Business Day, as well as Mr. Chukwuroko, Assistant Editor here in Business Day. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, like I've said in my introduction, today we'll be looking at the killings in Benue State. It's been going on and on and on and on. It seems as if, I don't know whether there's a solution to this. I really don't know, but we're going to discuss it today. Let's say this. Under former President Muhammadu Buhari, for 8 years, we saw what would look like sustained killings in Benue State. I recall the particular incident where the former governor of Benue State, Otom, had to run 100 kilometers and what have you, just to try to save his life when he was being attacked by terrorists and what have you, or S-men of the various names that they call them. And so the president was in Benue State on Wednesday to condole with the families of those who have lost their life. And another promise has been made. But are these promises going to, bring about some kind of solution that we hope to see in Benue State? So Odinaka, let me start with you. Like I said, under Buhari, we saw several killings in Benue State. And in the last 2 years of President Tinubu, we are also seeing the same thing. Maybe I should ask Odinaka, is there any hope for the Benue State's people that this will ever stop?
Thank you very much for that question. Well, first of all, we need to look at the problem first before I answer that question. The issue is what exactly is the major cause of the crisis in Benue? The crisis, somebody said that the crisis in Benue started in 1942. I'm not too sure about that, but a historian mentioned that. So, and it's basically the problem, a problem of, people call it farmer header clash, but I think it's more than that. And that problem has been on for a long time. And that problem is the fact that headers, herdsmen, and farmers are contained in Benue is the food basket of the nation. Yeah. So the majority of the Benue people are farmers. And on the other hand, headers too are struggling for land. So they the nature of the Fulani, I'm not trying to profile them, but because they are the majority, they are mostly in the business of herding. Yeah. So now the major problem is that you have your cattle. I have my farms, and you take your cattle to my farms. So your cattle because you're not ranching, your cattle drinks my water or drinks the community water, and at the same time your cattle eats part of my farm, takes over my farmland. So the people of Benin feel that herders are trying to take over their land, because how can you come into people's farms and then begin to vandalize things in the farms? Your cattle begin to begin to take control, complete control of someone else's farm. I think that's the major problem there. So some people argue that, I'm coming to answer your question, but it's very important that we also look at some of the major cause of that problem. So now, whether there is a hope for that is actually the question that should be thrown at the government, because I haven't seen any sincere strategy that is targeted at solving that problem. And the sincere strategy is this: must not be one-sided. There was an attempt by Otom and the House of Assembly to solve that problem, but I think it was one-sided, because Autumn, they enacted a law and they didn't care about the other side, which they are the headers. So now you've enacted a law that will protect your people. You also have to consider the government, the federal government particularly, has to understand that they need to come in on the side of headers. One, the headers have to ranch. Don't need to take, I mean, this is an old method where you take your cattle from Abuja to Lagos. I mean, how can people be going through that kind of thing? Even the headers themselves, they are human beings. So you don't tell me about culture. There is no culture in the world that permits anybody to suffer and go through this kind of pains. You move the cattle from one place. So start ranching. But you know, most of them, and again, incidentally, most of the cattle are owned by big men who don't want to ranch. So the government has to force them. That's where they should come or support them when if the federal government certifies that they do not have the money. The federal government has to come in. So that's why I'm saying that any solution has to be both sides. I mean, you have to look at both sides. Don't just enact a law and make it look like the other side is not, because you might also understand that yes, the argument is that herdsmen are foreigners in Benin, but the truth of the matter is that many of them have lived there for many years, so you have to also take them into consideration. They are human beings. So, and what you should do is that they need to begin to ranch, but the government has to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rina. They need to begin to ranch, and the government has to come in. I think this was part of what former Governor Tom was trying to do when they came up with that law that says you can't move your cattle around town. I mean, you just have to ranch. But I don't know, when you say government has to come in, maybe Mr. Uruka should come to you now. How can government come in here? Because I recall this is what Autumn tried to do. There was some form of resistance, and somehow it didn't quite work. How can government come in to help here?
Thank you for that question. Before we talk about whether government should come in or not, let us first of all try to understand that herding or cattle rearing is a sort of business. And if it is business, it should be treated like any other business. If I become a property developer today, I don't just go into somebody's land and say, oh, I think this place is in sight. Let me build a house and start selling. What do I do first? I buy the land because it's not mine. So this cattle rearing is business. So if there's anything like ranching or no ranching, for instance, which is the global best practice, let the herders or the owners of the cattle come to wherever they want to do and buy land and set up whatever they call their ranch. So that is exactly what the thing that brought them, that have been bringing them, the conflict between the herders and the farmers and even the community people. Because if government is insisting that there should be ranching, like Tinubu went there last Wednesday and told them that your people should donate land for these people to ranch or to do ranching. Do you just give out your land for an estate developer, for somebody who want to farm, or somebody who want to settle on your land? You just give it to him. Let them buy. I'm sure that by the time owners of those cattle subscribe to buying land to do their ranching, it will help to lessen this friction. It will help to lessen this tension. But it is unfortunate that people will just come from nowhere. If you ask me, I think this problem in Benue is beyond herder-farmer clash. Because they shouldn't be killing women. They shouldn't be killing children. You come into a place in the night. Who does herding in the night? And wipe out, decimate a whole community in the name of saying you are looking for land. It's land grabbing by default. It's land grabbing by another name. But the truth, however, remains that these people don't want any kind of like negotiation. Let us do it peacefully and all that. It's clear land grabbing attempt. And this will, because they put up resistance, you now come in your hundreds, in your thousands, to come and wipe up a whole community. This thing have festered. If you ask me, in my view, whatever is happening in Benue have festered, have lasted this long because we attach very little importance or value to human life. If it were a country where citizens matter to the government, a place where human capital is seen as a productive factor or economic factor for production, they should have put an end to this. But you find a situation where so many people were killed. I think you are alleged that up to 200 people were killed. And then the president of a country is giving date when he will go there. Rather than a prompt action that will just, go there and make a statement, tough statement that will instill fear in whoever is coming to do that kind of thing. And then,
okay, so, let's go back to Mr. Odinaka. The president was there on Wednesday, and clearly is calling for the two sides to reconcile, to find a way to, come together and see how they can resolve the issue. I don't know, Odinaka, I'm going to ask a very straight question. Are you satisfied with President outing in Benue on Wednesday?
The president went there to douse tensions, and but the truth of the matter is that I'm not satisfied. But let me also clarify a point. There is no way you can solve this crisis. So it's very easy for us to sit in Lagos and say, go and buy land. It's not that easy. It's very complex now. The problem has become complicated in Benue. So that's why I said the government should come in. We know that cattle rearing is business. No doubt about that. But at this point, that's gone beyond that. So if you tell them to just go, that was exactly the way it was treated in the last administration. We're beginning to see the results now. If you want to make a law, that is where the government comes in. Why do we have a government in a nation? Government is, you come in as a go-between. When people are in crisis, to settle, which is why I'm against what the president do. Don't tell people to donate their land. Will you donate your land if you were from Benue, from Yewata? So the problem is that the role of the government in this is that you have made a law. All you need to do is to persuade. There are owners of cattle. Persuade them to ranch. Force them to ranch. The government can actually do that. Those who do not have money among them, because there are some cattle rearers who are also Fulanis themselves, you support them. Because there's already a crisis. So, but if you sit down in Abuja or Lagos and say, let them go and buy land, the problem will keep escalating. Secondly is that you need to look at the history of this crisis, starting from the northeast down to the north central, northwest. I've read that part of that history. And a professor when I traveled to Sokoto, a professor in Sokoto who has done serious studies about Fulani has also opened my eyes. Those of us in the south here don't understand that problem. I traveled from Abuja to Sokoto then, and it was a very exciting eye-opener, because Fulani, let me tell you the genesis of this crisis. According to what I've read and what he said, they are agreeable. So sometimes Fulanis and their cattle move into communities. Remember, several years ago, these crises were not very frequent. Yeah. So you see some Fulani herdsmen in the east. In fact, neighbors, everybody will even be giving them food, water, food, and all those things. So how did he escalate? He said, which I agree, that some communities, several years ago, in several parts of Nigeria, some communities actually began to force, because of the way, the nature of what they do, the model that they take their cattle from one place to another. So their cattle were infringing on people's farms. So some people's community water. So at a point it became a problem for several communities. So several communities chased them away. There was this kind of campaign in some parts of Nigeria to begin to chase them away because of the kind of crisis they were creating. So, which was right. If you come to my farm and you take over, you eat my cocoyam, your cattle eat my cassava, everything, I'm going to chase you away. So at a point, it now became, this is exactly what happened in the northeast and northwest. This rise in banditry is also part of the reasons. Fulanis feel, whether it is right or not, that now even some communities in the north began to chase them away and kill them. Because they are very, they are stubborn. Sometimes when you chase them away, they don't go. So communities now began to put up resistance. So sometimes they will kill cattle. Most times, these things that happen in Benin are revenge. Revenge of 10 years ago. If you do a serious studies on this, you understand. So because of that resistance that communities were putting up, some Fulanis were killed, some cattle were. Because I remember in Oka some years ago when we were in school, there was a time something happened and Fulani people were taking cattle. Students had to take take a cow from there and kill. So it was frequent in some communities, taking their cattle in 10s, in 20s and all that. So they got angry at a point because, again, they said that when they take their cases to the police station, the police people will take money from them and still don't deliver justice to them. So they were, even the judiciary, some of the Fulanis, according to that history, will be presented in court. At the end of the day, they won't get justice. So these things you see here are actually revenge. They don't forgive.
But Odinaka, we've heard story. I mean, maybe allegation, what have you? A story that the people who are coming in to kill people are not Nigerian Fulanis.
Yeah, because they connect each other, and that's where the issue. Yeah, they connect each other.
Because I want to ask, is it that our military cannot stop if, for instance, if truly there are foreigners coming in to kill Nigerians? I mean, does it mean that we do not have the capacity to stop foreigners coming in to kill Nigerians, Mr. Roko? Because this has been ongoing for several years now. Is it that we don't have capacity? For instance, the Nigerian military does not have the capacity to stop this thing?
Thank you. Sure. I think even the idea of saying that foreigners are coming to kill our people and walk away is an indictment on ourselves.
Yeah.
It's an indictment particularly on those who are saddled with responsibility of maintaining peace and keeping us safe.
Yeah,
because
defending the territorial
integrity of our, if you say foreigners are coming, how did they come? How? I want to tell you that if they don't have local collaborators, they cannot come. So, before anybody comes to your house, even an armed robber comes into your house, there must be somebody that is telling him, you see this house, you see this house. Armed robbers don't enter any house anyhow. So, I want to believe that these people have local collaborators, and these local collaborators are these people that are being accused of seeking for land to grab. Because I cannot just understand how people from Niger, for instance, or Chad, or any of the neighboring countries can come, kill. How do they live? How do they live after the action? After doing what they did? Yeah. But I have said it before that why this thing has persisted up to now, whether it is in Benue, or in Plateau, or anywhere where this kind of thing is happening, is because government has failed in its duty of protecting lives and properties.
Quite unfortunate. Government has
very, very unfortunate. Because we were asking whether anybody was satisfied with Tinubu's visit to Benue State. I, for one, it was a disappointment. Because if the president of a country is coming because I have issues, I expected him to go with solutions, not to make suggestions.
When they have to play politics.
And pushing the thing back to the people. And these are people who you know are helpless. So going there and asking them to find a solution to your problem is a case of government abdicating its duties. Government running away from responsibilities. Then if you're asking the governor, telling the governor you were not elected to come and bury your people, what is the federal government? If the subnational cannot solve the problem, what is it that the president or the federal government that has all the power to say, do this and it is done? Because somebody is minding what is going to happen tomorrow for his own personal interest.
Quite unfortunate.
Because I know that if the federal government wants to solve this problem, brutal action of this nature needs brutal solution.
Okay, fine. Fine. But I think we must still, for whatever it is, we must still acknowledge the fact that the president went there. At least his presence in the Benue State alone doused tension. No matter
it depends on what you mean by dousing tension. Those people who are responsible for these actions were also there. So if there was no strong statement coming from the federal government, it will embolden them.
Because let's look at the governor of Benue State. Yes, I seen earlier. I do not know whether you are satisfied with the way the man has been going about it. For instance, on the day the president went, he declared a public holiday, and I think that many people feel that look, this was not necessary because the president was not a celebration. It was supposed to be a day of mourning.
Yes,
and then you line up those
children under the rain according to them.
So I don't know. What you have to say about that?
But again, before I say something about earlier, I think we need to talk about solutions. One of the things that probably federal government must do, that's why I said government at this level of crisis, is the fact that the federal government must go back and begin to look at registration of cows and the ownership across some of these food belt states. Because one of the problems is that how do you give a Fulani herdsman 100 cows and the guy will trek from a local government in Benue State to another government in Adamawa? How will you do that? That's reckless. If you do a business like that, you should be in jail. That's what the federal government should do. Enroll all the cows, cattle. We don't have enough. What the Ministry of Agriculture gives us as data on cows and cattle is usually old data. So make sure you register them and register the ownership. Know those who own them first. If a major general owns 100 cows and then the person doesn't want to, I did a story some time ago about. Sorry, we did a training and I supervised some journalists. So one of the story ideas was cattle riding in Kano. So one of the things we did about tax, they don't pay tax to the government. Rather, in fact, governments, they don't contribute anything to the economy of Nigeria. So register them, find out those.
They do.
What I mean by the contributing,
the meat we eat, they are the ones that are
helping.
So they contribute meat to the economy.
I don't eat their meat.
But you don't eat. Others eat.
I'm coming. What I mean by
what I'm trying to say is that
they don't return anything to the government,
but they contribute to the economy.
I'm coming. They do. No, they contribute to the economy. That was the corrected me, but the truth is that they don't contribute revenue to the government. However, what I'm saying is register them, know those who own them. because it's very important, so that you can now compel them. What the government needs to do is to compel them to start ranching. The guys who own these cows are big men, not these Fulani herdsmen. They are big guys. And a major general will own 100, and most of them are military guys. The major general will own 200 cows and give it to someone. The boy, he may not be, most times they are not paid. They are paid, there's a kind of agreement.
What you are saying is true, because when I was on youth service in Adamawa State, a cattle rearer came to the back of the house where I was living. When I came out, he was there with his cattle. I came out, then he looked at me and said, "Anyamiriku?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Anyamiriku?" I said, "Yes." He said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "Government sent me to this place." He said, "Government sent you from Onitsha," because they think that everybody is from Onitsha. "Government sent you from Onitsha to this place?" I said, "Yes." He said, "This government do you bad. How can you come to this bush from Onitsha? You come to this bush." I said, "Yourself, do you know Onitsha?" I said, "Yes." That was following a lorry from Onitsha to the north. But he felt that he was due for marriage, according to him, that he wanted to marry. Then he had now come to rear cattle for a big man. That when he carries this cattle about every year, you give him one. He will carry the cattle every year he will give him one. And he needed 3 to sell the 3 and be able to marry wife.
Raise money to marry.
To raise money to marry. So he told me that by the time he does it for 3 years, then he will get 3 cows. He will sell the 3 cows and marry wife and return to Onitsha to do the business he was doing there.
So yeah, that clearly shows that
you see how
move around with the.
That's why what the argument you are making, that they should ownership has to be known. So that even in the case of, if actually it is herders that are doing what is happening in Benue or any other part of the country, then you can now go back to say, oh, these are the people who own this. But the unfortunate thing is that nobody has arrested anybody responsible for this.
Another thing that the government must do, because we are talking about solutions before I answer, is the fact that there are several. And if you've been to, I've been lucky to be in some of the states in the north. The states in the north, from Abuja to Sokoto, which is on the edge, are porous. Do you know this kind of police we see here? You don't see them in the north. You can't see it in the north. So most places are porous. It's very easy for you to move from not Niger, or those countries that are
like Niger,
even Chad, some of those countries into Nigeria, come into Nigeria. So you can actually
freely like that.
Can actually come with 1,000 trailers into Nigeria
and go back like that.
That's the problem. Those guys come in. Fulani, like I told you, the crisis is such that once you kill a Fulani person or a header in a community, they will come to retaliate. They can retaliate in 5 years. Some of these things you see here are actually things that were done some years ago, or maybe recently. They go connect to their brothers, because Buhari told us that he has cousins
in Niger.
So you remember that kind of connection. And you've had a politician in the past say that if you do something to a Fulani, that he does not forget or forgive.
Which is true. It was a refine.
So that kind of thing. So this is exactly what's happening. So for addressing that's the problem. We are running away from addressing this issue.
Okay, I think with the president's visit and the marching order that the president has again given to the military guys and the security agencies.
So it's really believe that the president needs to tell IG to
make arrest,
but
killers.
But let's look at the implication that we've been talking about all the issue. But let's look at the implication in terms of the food supply. Benue State is the food basket of the nation. So much happening there in terms of farming, in terms of food production, with what is happening in Odinaka. What do you think will be the implication of this in terms of?
Well, the point is that some of the recent killings, there's a data that shows that since Buhari came, it was done by the Amnesty International, 10,000 something people have been killed. So out of that, more than half of the population, that 10,000 something happened in Kano, died in Kano. so died in Benin, sorry. So you can see that more than 50% out of 10,000 plus died only in one state. And Benue is the food basket of the nation, the largest yam producer in the world. That's that Benue, and it's just a market. So the point is that anything you do, and I imagine sometimes what could happen in America if a particular state is the biggest producer of food. That state, the American government cannot allow that state to collapse.
It will protect it at all costs.
So you're talking about food inflation. Today you go to the market, yam price is 1,000 naira. Tomorrow is 1,800. But you're destroying the
producers of
the state that produces the largest chunk of land.
Yam price is 1,000 naira.
No, I'm just giving you an example.
That's what I bought.
I'm just giving you an example.
Was 5,000 naira.
I'm just giving you an example. I know it's that. So the problem is that. And you know, one interesting about Benue is that Benue is blessed. That land is blessed, very fertile. In fact, they are growing both cocoyam, they are growing even guinea corn. Some of these things you don't find. Potatoes. Big. So, how can you allow your state to tear into crisis? That's the problem. We're not a serious nation. I'm just being very frank. We're not a serious nation. It's like, okay, just imagine, some time ago, you know, Niger Delta was feeding Nigeria. But do you know that the government allowed Niger Delta to degenerate into crisis? If you know, I'm very passionate about Ogoni crisis. You go to Ogoni today, Ogoni is still half cleaned, half remediated. And this is a kind of community that gives you money, revenue that you spend in Abuja.
That sustains the country.
We're not serious. Places where we get our money, where we get our sources of livelihood in Nigeria, are actually left abandoned. What the federal government is into now, the federal government wants to go back to Ogoni again to start getting oil, but they've not cleaned the environment properly. That's exactly what they are doing in Benin. Tinubu has come, we told them to donate your land. They have now gone back. Farm fair, you know, pump and pageantry. Everybody has gone back. Benin will go back to crisis. Farmers have left. Most farmers are leaving. We've done stories about that. Most farmers are deserting the state, especially those villages. I know the problem. The World Bank did studies the other time and said 75% of Nigeria has 75% rural poverty. I know that rural areas are actually farm communities. So how do you have poverty in this kind of situation? When you have poverty in rural areas and people are still deserting rural areas because you're not protecting them. So that's terrible.
Where are they going to?
Most of them are, so that's the point. Most of them are even leaving the state. Some of them are going to the capital, Makurdi. But Makurdi is it, should everybody be in Makurdi? So, you know, people are moving to places like Makurdi now. You see the cost of living will also be rising.
Yeah.
So, that's one of the biggest implications. We're just flirting with disaster. That's it.
Mr. Roko, what do you think? Are we going to see? Are we going to see more Nigerians thrown into this? Nigeria thrown into more of a food insecurity.
I think that one is self-explanatory. You cannot abandon the source of your livelihood and expect anything better. Especially Benue, that everybody, it's just, there's no doubt about that. Incidentally, that state is very close to mine. We intermarry, a very peaceful, otherwise peaceful rural community. But having been thrown into disarray by the activities of people who are alleged to have come from outside, not even from within. What we expect to see is that more and more Nigerians will go hungry because the little they will be able to produce, those who are living in safe places, will come at a very exorbitant prices. And already we have food inflation that is already out of the ordinary. So we are going to see more of suffering, more hunger in this country because of this. And if government were sincere with itself, he would ensure that whatever happens to Benue should be seen as a national problem. It is even this kind of place that government can consider state of emergency.
Yes.
Not
and
in
people are really wondering, by the way, people are really wondering why the federal government has not declared
yes,
state
why
of
is
emergency.
that?
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
You're now tuned into the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to bring to you some of the big stories that are shaping our nation and our economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we're looking at the possible effect of the Israeli-Iran conflict on the global economy. Now, the age-long rivalry between Israel and Iran, two powerful nations in the Middle East, has again escalated and has led to the exchange of bombs and missiles that have caused massive destructions in both countries, with the United States, a close ally of Israel, joining forces to bomb 3 Iranian nuclear weapon sites. But beyond the immediate human and geopolitical costs, this development raises urgent questions about its impact on the global economy. From oil prices and energy security to trade disruptions and investor uncertainty, the ripple effects could be far-reaching. Of course, we have joining us this morning Mr. Collins Nweke, is a Belgium-based Nigerian global affairs analyst who will unpack the economic consequences of the Israeli-Iranian war and what it could mean for global markets, the supply chains, and economic stability. Welcome to the show, Mr. Collins Nweke.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. It's very lovely to have you today, and thank you for joining us again. Let me start by asking you just your opinion on what you think are some of the root causes of this current Israeli-Iranian conflict, and why has it escalated at this particular time?
I will keep my personal opinion out of it and just go rather historical, Elizabeth, because facts are facts. I mean, everywhere in the world, 1 + 1 is 2. Now, having said that, I would want to say that there are 3 major root causes that you can point at in trying to understand exactly what is happening in the Middle East now, specifically, the Israeli-Iranian conflict. Number 1 is Iran's opposition to Israel's existence, and linked to that is Iran's support for pro-Israel groups, for instance, Hezbollah in Lebanon and Islamic Jihad in Gaza. So that's number 1. And then number 2, on the other hand, is Israel's determination to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons and disrupting regional stability. I mean, in that sense, you could say that, they are Israelis perpetually fearful of what Iran might do to them when it is allowed to, develop nuclear weapon, considering the age-long, sense that Iran doesn't want Israel to exist. And then, added to that, which is the third, perspective on this, is, the regional power rivalry. where Iran seeks to assert Shia dominance against, Israel's alliance with Sunni states like Saudi Arabia. And then another important example is United Arab Emirates. So these are, three major, areas that you can point out to, get a sense of where, all of these came from.
Right, and thank you so much for giving us that background. And let's bring it back to the time we are now. Now, this war is looking like there's a war brewing, or maybe there's even a war already. How is this affecting global oil prices, and what are the possible short and long-term energy market implications here?
Yeah, okay, so get into that. Let's try to understand, why it's even happening now. I mean, you have described it as age-long conflict, and indeed that is what it is. And, you ask yourself, why now? Now, the conflict escalated after a direct, Iranian missiles and drone attacks on Israel in April, just a couple of months ago, which actually was a retaliation for Israel's strike on the Iranian consulate in Damascus. Now, the war in Gaza is another thing, to consider in trying to understanding why now. And then the breakdown of informal de-escalation channels, because some had been set up. And let's not forget something very critical here, which is the peace sort of arrangement that President Obama actually negotiated. That meant, the further development of nuclear weapon would have to be stepped down by Iran. Now, it was at some point abandoned by, President Trump, who during his first, coming as president. And yeah, now, having said that, I would like to indeed, speak straight to the question you asked regarding impact on global oil prices and energy market. Now, as you know, you have impacts that are immediate. Now, the immediate impact is that oil prices have surged over $100 per barrel. That is, as you and I speak now, Elizabeth. And, this is as a reaction to, fears of supply disruption from the Gulf region. Now, another immediate, impact that we are seeing is, insurance premium for tankers in the region have actually spiked as a consequence of instability in the market. Now, you also look at the short-term implications and then the long-term implication. Now, the short-term implication of this in terms of the impact is increased volatility and speculative trading. Of course, we know how that plays out. Now, strategic reserves may be released. For instance, from the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve. These are part of, the short-term implication that we might see. And then you look at the long-term, again, kind of speculating. Energy importation, countries, for instance, Nigeria, countries that are dependent on, energy importation may diversify supply. Now, let me stop there and explain something here.
Right.
Nigeria, under normal circumstances, is oil-producing country, but they also import oil because they actually ship the crude oil out of Nigeria and then have it refined and then imported, back to Nigeria. So, Energy importing countries may diversify supply sources. They may invest in alternative energy and boost domestic production. And then a prolonged conflict, and one would certainly hope that this conflict will not be prolonged, could actually accelerate energy transition policies in the EU and Asia, which to some extent, indeed, is, unintended, consequence, positive consequence of the war. So these are the immediate, short, and long-term, impact on the global economy.
And having said all of this, Mr. Nweke, we talk about the strategic importance of the Middle East. What risks does this conflict pose to international trade routes, and especially when we're talking about through the Strait of Hormuz? So what really are the risks that this conflict could pose?
Yeah, it's important that you mention the Strait of Hormuz, because let's bear in mind that 20% of global oil actually pass through that road. So it is a very, very important, very strategic, route. Now, Iran has previously threatened to block or even disrupt the strait in retaliation against Western actions. They have done it before, and I believe I do not have confirmation of the fact that, as a matter of fact, they have actually blocked it for now. I hope that is not correct information. I haven't, personally verified it. Now, even minor incidents or threats in the Strait of Hormuz can actually cause shipping delays. Now, imagine when a delay, say, of an hour a day occurs, that actually will result in rerouting of, supply and a higher freight cost. Now, when the freight cost is high, Elizabeth, yes, what that translates to is that you and I would have to pay more because the cost is actually passed down to you and I, the man on the street. And so that, again, is a very, very important point to bear in mind. And then the risk to global energy security, especially, for Asian economies heavily dependent on, oil supply from the Gulf region. These are part of the risk, at least 4 of them that you can, think of, and the world has got to get prepared for.
Right, and how are global stock market and investor confidence responding to this geopolitical tension?
I mean, as would be expected, markets initially dipped in response to the conflict. Particularly in sectors, tied to energy, aviation, and shipping, because that's their lifeline. I mean, in terms of oil and all of that. Safe havens like gold and U.S. Treasury bonds actually saw some gains. So you see, it's not all doom. And then investor sentiments remains actually very, very fragile, with heightened volatility and in the emerging markets, what I like to call the transition economies. And then if again the conflict is prolonged, it may impact corporate earnings, supply chains, and investment appetite, especially in the MENA region. So, what we're looking at here is the hope that this conflict, does not get prolonged, because, the consequences and the risks are pretty high.
Right, and what do you see as some of the implications or the possible implications on, like you said, emerging markets, other regions, particularly countries that are oil importing, like Nigeria, oil importing developing countries like Nigeria? What do you see as some of the deep implications of this economic instability?
Right. Yes, indeed. Narrowing it down to Nigeria, as I alluded to earlier, Nigeria, despite being an oil producer, imports refined petroleum. So higher global prices may worsen inflation and fiscal pressures on Nigeria as a country. That's one. Now, rising oil prices benefit government revenues. Like I mentioned at the beginning, the price now stands at $100 per barrel. So what that means is that the increase in the price of oil is a windfall for Nigeria. So again, it's not all doom. And then you also have the balance of payment pressure, which could actually intensify, especially with when foreign reserves actually begin to fall. And then countries like Nigeria also could face food and transportation costs because the prices will hike, risking social unrest. I mean, the youths are already restive enough, and then when more hardship is brought to bear on them because of the Okada probably that cost say 150 naira a drop might become 300, 400 naira. Of course, you know what that means, and their own income is not increasing. So these are some of the, it's a mixed bag in terms of impact on Nigeria. But I believe that the net balance is not positive. It is going to be negative, and one would, actually wish that this is not happening.
The net balance is not positive. Now, when we talk about the major powers also, because they also play a huge role, a major role here. Now, talk about the United States, talk about China, Russia. How do you see their responses, influencing global economic outcomes, and what responses are we seeing right now?
Yeah. Well, Israel is a natural ally of the United States of America. I mean, we are faced with a situation where, the feeling is whatever Israel does, America will still back it. We have seen that playing out now here. Now, deploying naval assets to deter Iran, but in a way, I mean, we saw the bomb, the bunker-busting bomb that the United States sent in the middle of what was supposed to be a negotiation. Now, these don't help issues. On the other hand, the U.S., represented by its president, Donald Trump, is telling us that they do not want a full-scale, war, and then announced, a ceasefire. Neither side respected the so-called ceasefire. So that's U.S. on the one hand. And then you have China that is, consistently calling for de-escalation because, is concerned about oil supply, of course, oil supply routes and, the global trade, which is, a forte of China. And then on the other axis, which is the third axis now, you have Russia seizing the opportunity to distract, Western focus from Ukraine that he has invaded and, deepen its ties with Iran. So, I mean, the strategy of Russia here could be equated to the saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And so that is the angle through which, Russia is approaching. So these are the three main axes to, actually consider here.
Right. And I want to reference an opinion article which you wrote where you had said that, you're talking about reference to this crisis going on right now. And I'll just simply ask you, Is the world at the brink of World War III, or is it not?
Very good question, and thank you for referencing the opinion article. The situation that the world is facing now is one that no one would wish for. But is the world, the globe, the world generally, is it at war? No, it is not at war. And are we going to see a situation where this degenerates, to a third world war? Certainly not. And the reasons are not far-fetched. It's not far-fetched. The reasons are not far-fetched because, there is no, what you can think of, what you can actually talk about, the worst you can, call this is regional conflict. So there isn't that well coordinated, global, conflict that will pitch this group against the other. But what you see is a fragmentation of different conflicts, and of course, diplomacy has become much better than it was, say, in 1914 or during the Second World War, 1945. So all of those tools, for instance, the United Nations, even closer home to where you are now, the African Union, they are all doing, bits and pieces of shuttle diplomacy, negotiating, de-escalating, and actually, using their friends and allies to ensure that, this is nipped. One would have wished that it was nipped at the bud, but, it has gone beyond that. But obviously, there is going to be a containment at some point. So, no, a third world war is not looming.
All right. While we move on right now, let's talk about the way forward and what we think can possibly, help economies to cushion the economic impact of this conflict and prevent what we'll refer to as a broader economic fallout. What measures can global institutions, can governments take to cushion the economic impact of this conflict?
Good question. Of course, I will look at it again from the short-term, strategy, and then the medium-term strategy, and perhaps, with a bit of time, I might be able to also look at, the long-term strategy. Now, first and foremost, I believe that it is important that, there is what we call strategic petroleum reserve releases. I mentioned that earlier on, alluding to the United States that has, a considerable reserve. And then there has to be, coordinated central bank responses to manage inflation expectations. Now, in 1914, 1945, the banking, the state of banking is not as sophisticated as it is today. And so, hunger is always, a consequence of war. But with central banks coordinating better, and they have the tools to coordinate, I believe that policies could be put in place to ensure that, inflationary trends are actually contained. And then financial support has got to be considered also for vulnerable economies, e.g. IMF emergency funding for oil importing countries. These are, in my opinion, three major points that have to happen not tomorrow, but even yesterday, in the midst of this conflict. But then also you have the medium term. Investment in energy diversification, which is already happening in small measures, have now got to be stepped up. That is the urgency of the time, especially in renewable energies and regional pipeline. This is a real imperative. And then, I alluded to the fact that, diplomacy has become more sophisticated today than it was before. Well, that is a tool that calls to be used and used urgently right now. So strengthening of diplomatic forums, for instance, the United Nations, G20, Organization of oil producing countries, and all of those institutions should actually play their role in ensuring that there is ceasefire and that they mediate in that ceasefire and this conflict containment. Like I said earlier in answering your question as to whether a third world war is looming, I also mentioned the fact that with all of the institutions playing their role, there will be containment. It may not happen tomorrow, but over time it will happen. And then finally, under the medium-term strategy, supply chain restructuring to reduce exposure to choke points, for instance, the Strait of Hormuz, these have got to also, receive the attention that they deserve.
All right, and finally, given how weak the United Nations has become, amid increasing global regional conflict, how relevant is the United Nations right now in, tackling conflicts like this?
Well, so far the United Nations has done or is doing what it ought to do, which is calling for de-escalation, ensuring that they take the side of international jurisprudence, the side of rules-based international order, calling to order countries that are that are perceived or that have proven to be doing the wrong things. For instance, America, bombing Iran the way it did. The United Nations has already come out to condemn it, and then using its own leverage to ensure that there is de-escalation. I believe that in the coming days, in the coming weeks, the United Nations will continue to play that role, even as weak as it is perceived to be.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Collins Nweke, Global Affairs Analyst, for joining us all the way from Belgium today. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me. Have a great day.
Absolutely, you too. This has been the big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
It was an evening of culture, connection and celebration on Thursday, May 29th at the Coronation Art Gallery in Victoria Island, Lagos. Artists, collectors and dignitaries gathered to witness a powerful exhibition titled Custodians of Legacy, Collecting with Purpose. Curated by Ugoma Ebila, the showcase explores themes of identity, memory and meaning. A journey that drew Nigeria's top business leaders, diplomats and art enthusiasts. The chairman of Coronation Group, Mr. Aigboje I. Imokwede, led the host of dignitaries in attendance, including the United States Acting Consul General Joe Ellen Gorg, and executives from across different sectors as they immersed in an evening of art and storytelling. The showcase featured rare works from the private collections of Hakeem Adedeji and Ngozi Edozian, two patrons whose decades-long commitment to African art tells a story of identity, memory, and of collecting with purpose.
I started this collecting thing not out of any consciousness. Seriously, I was given a room in a flat, and I needed to decorate it. And this is where a lot of people start. So I needed to decorate, so I went out to Piccadilly Circus, and I got myself about 5 posters, 10-pound posters of European masters. And suddenly the interest started. I came back to Victoria and boom, I couldn't keep my eyes off my hands or even the resources that I had and other people's resources off. And this is where the story started.
Collecting with purpose for me is just not just going out and collecting, but collecting for heritage. I collect for my history. I collect for my African history. I collect for so much, you know. And I started collecting in 1985 as a student. I hope they take a bit of creativity with them. I hope they take a bit of purpose, and I hope they take a bit of philanthropy, you know, supporting the art. Not necessarily. It's anything that has to do with my art, with my culture, that has to do with our story. Don't forget, the Oyibo man that collects, that is proud of his culture, is collecting for a purpose. He has been doing it for thousands of years, and he's been doing it just collecting the simple things that happen in his life. Not necessarily extraordinary events, but just ordinary things. The ordinary person's life, you know, and I wish people would do a lot more of that in Nigeria. I mean, a lot of Nigerians are coming into it. People are getting more creative. Put it this way, they're reading creativity. They were not reading creativity the way they want, you know, or rather, they're reading creativity much more than they were 20 years ago, 10 years ago. So things are gearing up, things are starting. Let's just wait and see. Let's just continue to do these events like this. Hakeem Adedeji collection.
People keep asking, why do I collect? And I say that I didn't know I was a collector until someone came and said you're a collector. But I just choose pieces of art, and I've done so since I was a very, very early age, because I love all things aesthetic, and I grew up with art and music and so much around me all the time in the home. And I've always wanted to just keep things that speak to me, tell me a story, has a meaning somehow in my life and that I'm drawn to for one reason or the other. And to me, art is not just the things on walls, it's not just sculpture, it's also just your general ambiance, furniture, it is carpets, it is everything and how you create an ambiance around you. So, yeah, I think it's lovely just to have beauty and stories that mean something to you in your presence and in your space.
It doesn't necessarily have a single theme. I tend to collect works that tell stories and works that connect with something that has happened in my life. And I simply like the aesthetic of
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. Now this is social listening, and this is where we get to discuss the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me today as always is
Nyeka Valentine. Elizabeth, what do we have?
We have a lot today. Let's start off with a story that's got Atiku, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, talking about the president's claim. Now, that's the current president's claim. Now, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar is demanding answers from President Bola Tinubu about a curious detail he shared during a recent event. While speaking at a government program, President Tinubu claimed that he had a classmate at Chicago State University named Alex from Belarus. That statement raised eyebrows, especially after people online pointed out that the only known Belarusian named Alex linked to President Tinubu is Alex Zingman, a businessman with a long trail of controversy, including allegations of arms trafficking and shady financial dealings. Article says the math doesn't add up. Like they say, the math isn't mathing. Now, Zingman was reportedly born in 1966. And
they are bound to have a lot of target. Look, you're a moving target.
There's a lot of scrutiny.
Most definitely. Having said so, now back to Nigeria and Tinubu's issue regarding his school, regarding everything, and Alex
from Belarus.
Hold now. It was what I saw on the internet. Someone said the mysterious Alex. But whichever it is, the mysterious Alex, whether he was 13 years old at the time or maybe 14, 15, then for me, it doesn't matter how old he was. The point is that, look, once there is a small stain on the shirt, right, if not taken off on time, it will spread to the collar, and every other part of the body. Maybe small stain on the hand, I mean to say, spread all over your white shirt. It's the same thing we're seeing here. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has had a lot of controversies surrounding the charges in America, surrounding school, surrounding that. A lot of stuff will come out.
And he's still standing.
He's still standing. And which brings me to a statement he made, I saw on YouTube, where he said, look, they've abused him and abused him.
They abused me.
Exactly. But him being who he is, the more you abuse him, the more he does the work done. At the end of the day, he's winning, you're losing. So whether or not Nigerians come out as a whole to say, look, whether he went to the school or he didn't go to the school, he graduated at a certain time or not, opposition parties will look for something to target. Whether the math is not mathing, unquote, quote and unquote, we need to say whether it's not adding up. Atiku will have something to say. Atiku is seriously wanting to be the president of this country, okay? Which it is his, well, I wouldn't say constitution, I would say it's his right as a Nigerian. Okay? Right. It's not something that is far-fetched. There's been the corridors of power before. But for him to now weigh on this and highlight on it, of course, Nigerians will pick it up. But what did he take out of this story is this. Remember, those in glass houses should not throw stones. Before Tinubu became president, do you know how many times he had to throw stones at Buhari? How many times he had to, howl on other people who were there?
That's just plain politics.
It's just part of it. So now he's now there. He should expect the heat.
President Tinubu is not complaining.
He's not complaining.
That's one thing about him. He's never complaining.
He has said he doesn't even look at social media.
It's probably his aides or the people, media agent that just always complain.
That's just it. He has made it before clear that look, he doesn't read social media any longer. It gives him blood pressure problems. So we are just talking about this story, which needs to be spoken about. But there is something that is telling Nigerians and the world, which is this. Look, keep your integrity up, right? Do the right thing. You never know down the lane who will question what and when it will be questioned, as the case may be. But however it is, look, let's be on the fence and ask a question. Nigerians, what do you think? Do you think he's lying or not? If
they
he
obviously
is,
think he's lying.
that's the point. If you think so, then I mean, go and ask him questions.
That's why they're asking on social media. That's why you saw those.
But guess what now? Guess what now? These questions now, as they are asking these questions, the big answer now should be: look, those who did all the screening, is it that they didn't know what they were doing?
Exactly. But again, that also tells you the kind of country that we are,
that's
where
point.
So many things can just go,
You
and
know.
it shows the level of rot that has eaten deep.
But I was on the contrary. Just to add to what you said. Now, Alex that he mentioned. Have you also seen that they say Alex has some controversy also during his own time? You know, has some issues with the law and all that.
That's
stuff.
even if that's the Alex in question.
They're talking about. So give and take, whichever the case is, I will say that whatever you do before you get to limelight, make sure you keep a clean slate. Okay,
absolutely.
and even if it's questioned, don't waste time to come out and debunk some things with proper facts. Again, the facts were delayed for a long time, whether they were real facts or fabricated facts as an answer to all these accusations. They were delayed. So you know what they say: when a lie lingers for too long, it might give evidence that it might be true. We're just saying allegedly.
Allegedly,
we're on the fence.
so
on this.
alleged.
That's
I
our
mean,
job.
shout out to Mr. Alex from Belarus.
Right.
I wish you well in your endeavors. But let's move on now to a follow-up story on the core member that called out President Bola Tinubu again. Now, core member Rita Ushie has had a NYSC year extended by 2 months. And what's the reason?
Doesn't really make any sense.
Because she criticized President Tinubu's administration in a viral TikTok video back in March. Now, in this video, Ray broke down in tears as she described how tough life had become under the government, the current administration, accusing the administration of worsening the economy and ignoring ordinary Nigerians. Now, this was our own way of just letting out our emotions. But soon after, she was reportedly threatened by NYSC officials. Now, for those who don't know, NYSC is the Nigeria Youth Service Corps, and this is like a gap year in between university and where you start working, where you get to serve the country for free. And then she was dragged before disciplinary panels and finally sanctioned, despite offering an apology. Now, civil rights groups are calling this an assault on freedom of expression. Her supporters saying that she's been punished for, not for wrongdoing, but for speaking her truth. And that begs a question: is this an overreaction by the NYSC? Are people truly, is there truly freedom of expression? I know that they say that there's a right to freedom of expression, but the right after that is not guaranteed. There's a saying that says, oh, there's a right to freedom of expression, but freedom after expressing is not guaranteed. And this brings us back to that, because why will a lady or a gentleman come out crying and talking about the economic situation in the country? That's how I feel about how things are happening for me. It's not an indictment, it's not libel, it's not slander, it is what it is. And so why does she have to get extension of a service here? Service in the first place is not something that many people want to do these days, because they are put through, I mean, that's a story for another day.
Just to pour more light to that, let us start by saying, looking at what is wrong and what is right. Now, two angles now. I'll first and foremost approach the angle of her speaking up, saying the way she feels. In that video, did she mention or did she utter any word that could, throw the country into some, dismay or something? Did she act in any way that would, gear towards treasonable offense or whatever? An offense that will drag the nation to, to some unreturnable position. I don't think she did. All she did was to complain as a human being. Right?
At every Nigerian complaint.
Exactly. We've had people who have complained more, even those who are in office. Unfortunately, it just so happened to be that they needed a scapegoat, really. And so somebody could have made a phone call somewhere, to the head of NYC saying, look, so person did this, please. Okay? And it's on a social media page, make an example out of her. But however, whatever be the case, if the content of the video, right, is not changing the cost of bread in the market, it's not reducing our oil price, it's not, affecting fuel price, it's not affecting some certain things, allow the young girl to be. It's called social media for a reason.
Absolutely. It's social.
Social.
It's media.
So again, on the other end, it's important that we see the backstory of this. It goes to show you that whatever it takes, whatever you put out there, you should be responsible for it. We now have a monitoring body that looks out for content that will damage the image of Nigeria. That will also create some level of negative narrative. Those agencies are out there and they are tied to cybercrime and some certain other things, and they are at work. They're being paid salary, so they'll do their work. So if they don't have something to hold on to and they see anything that is, within that context, they will bring it to light and then inform the necessary bodies to take action. Now, that is one. The second question is there a provision in NYSC that now makes anybody say, we will increase your service here? If such thing does exist, then they're well off on the right to have done that. But was there a proper panel? Because I don't know if there's a proper panel sitting.
We don't know for sure.
Again, so it's all alleged that they sat her down. Because someone can just call on the phone, listen, so you did this, so we're going to give you an extra, extra time. But if there was a proper sit down, which went through, a proper arrangement in context with the provision they have, in the NYSC, then I would say good and fine. So you're found wanting, and there's a penalty for it, and this is the penalty that's attracted to this thing that you've done. We get it now. But what is there to learn out of it? That if you're serving, you shouldn't speak up, you shouldn't use your social media to say the way you feel. What about people who are going through a lot? People who might have gone through, accusations or blackmail or whatever it is. Because they're serving, you shouldn't go and report the case. They shouldn't talk about it. What if they try to report it and they are put down? The next option would be to go on social media, because that's where they know that people will hear what they are going through and then come to their aid, as the case may be. So if that is the only way out, which means there's a lacuna now. What is the lacuna? We need to have an investigative body that when you have such issues and you're serving, you go to that body first. Did she do that? Again, this is a general thing that's facing everybody, and she just ranted normally. I could have gone on social media myself. And now said, look, I'm tired of the traffic in Lagos, tired of traffic in Abuja. What's going on with the country? What's going on with
Does
please.
That mean you also be, what penalty would that be for you?
Exactly.
Extending what?
Exactly. So she didn't say, again, that video, or whatever video that she made, she didn't say NYC is bad or this,
it's just a personal, how she's feeling.
So
I wish we could actually watch that video. I mean, so that our viewers will see it.
So, but while we wait for that, let's just establish one fact, which is, if she didn't rain courses on NYSC, I don't see the reason why she should be given an extra 2 months of service. That's just my honesty.
Right, but speaking of social media, let's see what people are saying to this conversation on social media, on Twitter. Nafiu says everything she did was well within a constitutional right. The president should resign if he's not willing to accept criticism and insults.
Wait, hold on, before we go ahead. This particular write-up, it kind of is pointing towards an angle where, okay, it was the president that instructed. He didn't instruct anybody. So so I don't agree with this guy's write-up. I mean, everything she said was within her right. I agree with that part. The second part, the president should resign if he is not willing to accept criticism and insult. Look what I'm talking about. I mean, again, I'm not making a case for the president, but he has come out so many times to say, okay, I've heard you people, I've listened to you. He listens a lot, and so he has responded. But about insult, seriously speaking, we should have some level of decorum. Not everybody should just come out and insult the president like that. But however it is, she didn't insult the president. Okay? All she just simply did was she vented the way she felt about the situation. Now, if you come out and insult the commander-in-chief, that you should be arrested for.
Right.
Let's be honest. You know, if you do that, simply means one, as a Nigerian, you expect, in fact, you are fueling other people to do the same, and that borders on our narrative. Okay, as a responsible citizen, if you have some form of grievance or you're not happy with a certain thing, there are proper channels to go to. But if you come out publicly, especially when you're a public figure, and you rain insults, and you accuse the president about something, or you accuse whoever it is that is in office on something that obviously didn't happen, look, there is a jail term for that. It's called defamation of character. You are charged. There's a charge for that. And if you're found wanting, you go to jail. You see what's happening with well, not if she's going to jail, but she's being asked to pay 50 million naira, right? That is Senator. Haven't come out to exactly. Haven't come out to now say all those things about the Senate president. You know, defamation of character. So normally, if you insult the sitting president, you might be called to book, and if you're unlucky, you go to jail. You know.
I think one thing I must say here is that perhaps I know that we're looking at a new public hearing for the constitutional review, but I think perhaps every Nigerian should understand or get maybe a reorientation on what is constitutionally acceptable or not. Because I'm still on the side where you come in to say, Omo, things are hard. I'm going through a lot in this country. I'm seeing red. I'm still on the stand that it's not constitutionally wrong.
So it's not wrong.
Maybe if you say, maybe you don't like it. The fact you don't like something or I don't like something does not make it legally wrong or legally bad. It's your personal feelings. So I don't know when we started putting our personal feelings in line with the constitution. So I think it will help everyone to really understand the constitutional what's in the constitution so that when issues arise, we can speak up and speak up with using the constitution. That way we can win any case.
Talking about speaking up again, if you recall, she didn't really insult the president. So I think she should not be, dragged that way.
It's even too much.
It's too much for her. Because her mental well-being is also there too. Okay, she's a young girl. She didn't expect it to go that viral, but it has already. But however, as much as there's freedom of speech, I tell you, every human being, no matter how immune you are to it, if you are rain curses and is direct from an angle of being official, you'll be called to book.
I agree with that.
But in our own case, she didn't.
If you're just ranting or about the situation, why should that even? But let's move on and see the final story we have, where the police have confirmed the arrest of 53 suspects connected to the recent wave of killings in Benue and Plateau State. Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun says the attacks were not random; they were coordinated acts of terror. He gave a breakdown: 26 suspects arrested in Benue's Yelewata community and 22 tied to the Plateau attacks, 5 more linked to a second incident in Benue State. According to the IGP, 47 people were killed in the Yelewata attack alone, and weapons including machine guns and AK-47 rifles were also recovered. And we've been talking about the deaths in Benue for a while now, so it's really heartwarming, if I do say so myself, to see that at least finally we've gotten 53 arrests of supposed suspects. Like you had said earlier in the papers, you had said, do we even know if this entire thing is just some scheme and organized, I don't know. But let's see some of the reactions very briefly before you come. Let's come to social media and see how people are reacting to this. Jehu Sword says, I welcome this announcement with cautious optimism. I love that. It's very important to apply some sort of cautious optimism. Adetokunbo says, another press statement, another round of arrests, but no real justice. Exactly. 47 Nigerians dead, hundreds displaced, yet the cycle continues. When will arrests translate into real accountability? And when will our leaders stop managing bloodshed like routine statistics? Tokunbo has that to say. JJ says, prosecute them publicly. We're tired of arrests without charging them to courts for proper legal punishment. If we don't make this country work now, our children won't be able to stay here tomorrow. I do agree with that. And those are the reactions.
Again, I mean, we've seen the reactions. We might either agree to disagree, but most people will tilt towards agreeing with what they've said, because everyone is driven by emotions. But your ability for you to control your emotions is what makes you a mature person.
Yeah.
We understand that our security personnel are doing all they should do to bring these people to book, to first and foremost get them arrested, look for them wherever they are, whoever these people are perpetrating this kind of heinous crime. There's never a time we talk about this story without, having a gloomy face, because people have died. And we count these numbers as if they're not human beings. We run the statistics as if they're not human beings. These are human beings who had a great future, who had great plans for the next day, like you and I. So it's a serious matter that we need to be sure that the right people have been arrested. Remember I said something before, while we were doing the super review, that there's one thing arresting these people, but there's another thing making sure that the right people have been arrested. We don't want just, put a band-aid over the wound, and the wound keeps on rotting from inside. No. We want a case where the wound is properly cleaned and the bandage is put there, but there's a preventive measure. Tongue twister there. There's a preventive measure, such a way that it doesn't happen again. Now, that aside, so our security personnel have said that they have caught these guys, some of them, and they are going to be sent to court. My big question still remains. Are these people the ones who perpetrated the crime? If they were, good enough. If they're not, it's a big issue here. Meaning to say, we just capture any other person and then, or rather, arrest any person at all and then put out there. We want to believe that they have got the right people. Now, the next thing should now be, make sure there is no phone call from one Oga or from somebody that now gets them off the hook. No, he who is ready to get his hand dirty should be ready to be thrown into the washing machine. And that's the fact. So in this case, I believe that for what it is, we should have public hearing from the beginning to the end. You see the way they hurry up to get those Yahoo boys or get those and then publicly arrange them. Let us see these people. Who are their families? Right? Are they even Nigerians? That's not that question. I mean, where this crime was perpetrated, right? Around those areas, we will know the borders. We know how easy and porous those borders are. And so they can simply just come from neighboring countries, carry out these heinous crimes and go back, all in the name of headsmen or Fulani or whatever it is, something like that. So the big question is, are we sure, one, that the right people have been arrested? Secondly, let's also make sure that those who will run this whole thing are doing it, or rather will do it in the open. It's very important for accountability. It's very important for closure. Very important for closure. And I mean, we can sit here all day, talk about as anchors that we are, but for those at home, they're expecting us to ask the questions that they are thinking about. And so we hope we're asking these right questions. One, are they the right people who did this? Secondly, are we going to see that they are publicly put through that whole judiciary system and brought to book and charged accordingly, then sent to jail, if possibly? Are we going to even bring in the death penalty? Because people are wailing, people are angry, and of course it's only natural that when you have people who are going through a lot, they want heads to roll. And I'm glad and happy, and thanks to Mr. President for making sure that security personnel are pushed hard to get this result. let's start with that first. Then later we can ask those major questions, which is, were they the right people? Also, are we going to get to see public hearing and proper sentencing? Let's take it from there.
I don't think there's anything more I have to add to all that you've said. All I'm going to say is 53 suspects arrested. It's good to hear, but I joined that social media person who said that I express cautious optimism. That's all I'm going to say about this conversation.
Cautious optimism.
Yes,
on that note.
That's all I'm going to say this morning. But that's where we wrap it up this morning on the BDTV Breakfast
Before
Show.
you go, you make it sound as if, let me not say another thing now before the thing gets too lengthy.
No, it's not really, not really. Like there's just some conversations. Right. You just know that that's about it. Yeah. Like you've said a lot, and I mean, what else do you want to say? We are just here. We are just the messengers. So we've brought the message, and let's leave it at that today.
I must find the lighter note of
exactly.
Things.
So cautiously, I'm heading out this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
Optimized, or is it
with much optimism. Optimistically.
We are heading out also.
Heading out on the social listening segment today. We hope you enjoyed it. We hope you enjoyed the show. And you keep watching BDTV. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine. Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
The major thing from all the panelists is very clear that employee well-being is at the forefront of every organization, and it goes way beyond the profitability. So organizations are now looking for ways that they can keep their employees engaged, so that they can be able to achieve the bottom line, which is profits, generate revenue and all of that. So I feel that from these discussions, you can tell that organizations are being intentional about coming up with different employee employee wellness strategy in terms of how they can keep their employees engaged, how they can reduce turnover, and how they can make their employees ambassadors of even their own organization. So I would take you back to when we had a talent management report, and it was as a result of the financial burdens, going on around the country, and we kind of looked at what were the pain points for employees, and we came up with a total reward, looking at the total reward strategy. And what's the total reward strategy? So most times we feel that compensation is just focused around payroll, pay what you get at the end of the month, but it goes way beyond that. So you focusing on how you can help employees in terms of their career, in terms of training and development, in terms of how you can create that environment that will make them thrive. So you're not just focused on the pay, and you can work on employee benefits, so because those are the things that employees are actually looking out for. Just linking it even to today's event and looking at the wellness, employee well-being, is being holistic and focusing on the health side, which in the total reward system, the health side would address in terms of HMO that the companies will provide. In terms of finances also, you have different bonuses, reward system. You having programs around reward and recognition and all of that. In terms of how they move about, how they go to their organizations, can you introduce like a flexible work arrangements, a hybrid work arrangement. So those are the things that we introduce in our organization. So for PCO, for example, we have different things that we do to make sure that employees are engaged, right? So we have the employee wellness check that we normally do just to get feedback from employees on how the company is doing, right? Even in terms of pay. So we try to do like a compensation benchmarking just to see if employees are being internally compensated fairly and even externally compensated fairly. So those are some of the initiatives that we introduce in Philips Consulting.
At my job, Mark, we've realized that employee engagement is not one fit. So we have different engagement activities that would cover both the young and the older generations. So we have flexibility, we have structures, we have communications. We encourage people to speak up, and we also have feedback processes to make sure that all the engagement activities would cover both the young and the older ones. As my job, Mark, we realize that well-being is very, very, very important and is key. And we do not joke with well-being of the staff at my job, Mark. So we encourage flexibility where people are allowed to work from home and take care of their personal life, because we know that employees do not just function at home, they function at different areas of their life. So we encourage them to work flexibly. And aside that, we also do check-in, where we check in on our staffs to make sure that they are doing okay. And we also have well-being strategies and events where people are able to learn financial literacy. They're also able to learn stress management and some other areas that would help them to build their well-being. So I've been able to learn from other participants. So I've been able to learn how they are able to create different engagement activities to make the people's life meaningful at the workplaces. So it has actually been a very learning process for me. Aside being a panelist, I've also been able to learn from other people how they are able to involve the employees in the workplace. And I've been able to write a whole lot and hoping to include that in my company where I work.
An enhanced leadership mindset, really focused on driving the right level or an increasing level of employee engagement in order to boost profitability. Challenges, I think the key thing is trying to ensure that everybody's on the same page. And for you to do that, you really have to ensure that from the top levels, so management, top management down to middle management, all have to buy into the vision, all have to understand what you're trying to achieve, and you have to embed the right values into your culture. Otherwise, it's impossible to succeed. So it isn't uncommon to have employees who define their approach, I'd say. It starts from recruitment. Fortunately, at FBN Quest Merchant Bank, I can say that we have had very, maybe little or no instances where we've had to call employees out for misbehavior, quote unquote. It's important to ensure that from the recruitment stage, you actually hire the right people. If you do not share the same values as the values we espouse and we imbibe in the organization, then it's going to be difficult for you to come in and embed this in the way you work every single day. So start with recruitment. Do your best to get it right.
Generally, we have cardinal issues which we put in place in terms when we speak to employee engagement. So basically, we have various activities, various initiatives. We have town halls, we have surveys, and one other way, we have one-on-one meetings between staff and their line managers. And generally, the general thing about the African culture where most of the time people find it difficult to speak out or speak up about issues affecting them. We've been able to overcome these type of challenges by making the workplace a safe space for people. So we make it safe such that you'd have someone to speak to at any point in time. If it's not your line manager, there's someone who's interested in you, right? If they're your line manager, it could be HR, it could be a peer, It could be a line above your line manager, and most of the time, it could even be the GCO himself, Mr. Ola Daramola. He's a great people person. He's really interested in his staff, right? And he takes a personal interest in the daily or the personal affairs of people. So all these are structures which we put in place to ensure consistent and constant engagement of our employees. A wise man once said that where purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. So one of the first things we do is to avoid abuse, right? So to avoid abuse, we ensure that we have a consistent communication around strategies, around structures, around the support which we provide to staff. So if it's short class, it's the logistics support we provide, right? We ensure that you really understand the purpose behind it, which is to ease your transport fares, to ease your ease your movement to and fro work. So when you have a system or an environment where there's constant communication, where there's clarity of purpose for different strategies or initiatives, it's difficult to find abuse. I mean, till today, I'm yet to find any case of abuse of because there's always constant communication, there's consistent feedback. However, if it should happen, right, there are also measures in place. You could find a way where it's either your peers or someone around you who gives you a nudge and helps you know you need to. So what happens? The person just like kind of like self-regulates. That's usually what happens. The person just self-regulates. It's rare that we would have cases of panel, disciplinary panel. So we generally have an environment, right, that people feel free to speak out, right, to explain things to either their line managers, the upper ups, or their peers. And so this constant communication helps to eliminate any such friction which you could face, such as abuse of privileges. Yeah, it's been an interesting conference. Had great panel speakers, really, really great panelists. We do a very fantastic job at Blue Ball Financials today, but what I've heard from a lot of other people shows that there's still some more great work we can do, right? In terms of engagement, in terms of aligning employee welfare with productivity and translating that into profitability, in terms of the keenness in which we engage staff and ensure that they are fully and consistently engaged so that they can be productive, not out of force, right? But because it just flows naturally. In terms of creating enabling environments, I got a lot of insights, insights on being free to be, making it easy to be vulnerable, right, around people so they don't think you're a superwoman, they can do everything, right? That was really, really, really interesting. That was a nice concept which I intend to employ going forward.
So for us at Bluebird Financials, right, employer engagement is key because coming through the front door, our keyword is we work hard and we play hard, right? Because everybody has their individual KPIs, which boils down from the unit's KPIs. So it's not just pushing them to achieve that. We need to reward them, not financially. Your salary is for doing the work. That's not your reward. So we have different forms of rewards to encourage employee engagement from our team bodies, which are different kinds of team bodies. We have our virtual team connects that we do every first Monday of the month. We have physical team bodies that we can do departmentally and as a group worldwide. Even our town hall, after raising tough questions and being very constructive, guess what? We party afterwards. Wow. And we always make sure it's a Friday because we want to party. We rent a place and we party afterwards. We encourage staff to share good news. So you're getting married, you just had a baby, the good news will show up. On the flip side, you know how life is. Certain things will happen. We also show up. We encourage. Apart from the staff coming together to encourage the company also, we have things that we do. We have awards that we give. We have gifts that we give for different levels. So different forms, no matter how small, no matter how big, we use it as an opportunity to build on employee engagement. And, we keep trying our best. Anything we see and we can sneak into it, we do. We celebrate a lot. Birthdays, work anniversaries, even the births and weddings, we announce it. WhatsApp, emails, different things. The aim is to make everyone feel welcomed, make everyone feel belong, that you are identified. No matter your role, no matter your cadre, we see you, we recognize you. Because everybody builds to the company's growth. I learned a lot. And you're from Business Day, right?
Yes.
I hope you're going to keep doing this.
Okay.
Please do.
Okay. So
It
you
was
want us to
very,
have more?
yes, it was very insightful. It was very insightful. I saw different angles to things that you can do. You need to see my phone. I'm very electronic. I don't carry the book. So my notes for today alone, I've taken down a lot of tips, things we can improve on, because nobody's perfect. So it was very insightful. I'm walking out of here with a lot of motivation. I have 5 people in my team. Everybody's busy. I had to pull someone out and say, please come here. You just come and listen to what is happening here. And she got here on time, and she's going to do a presentation to the wider team on Friday. And Friday is when we have our own departmental meeting. So it was very insightful. Thank you very much, Business Day. Please keep doing it.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
You are watching Business Day Television.
This year, we've seen the Ghana cedis appreciate by about 45%, making it the best currency against the dollar in Africa and indeed the world. On the show this morning, we are going to be exploring the nuances behind the performance of the GHS this year. Welcome to Economy and Markets, where we give you a comprehensive and insightful breakdown of market and economic activities. I'm your host, David Olujimi. Today we're focusing on one of the most compelling financial stories unfolding in Africa this year, which is the dramatic rebound of the Ghana cedis. In 2020, we began to see the Ghana cedis depreciate from about 9 cedis to $1. It began to depreciate to 12 cedis to $1. At the start of 2025, the Ghana cedis was around 15 cedis to $1. So basically, after years of worrying depreciation, the cedi is now on a journey. It has now pivoted to become possibly the world's best performing currency, up around 40 to 50% against the US dollar. Probably only the Russian ruble is around the same performance level. It's now trading at 10 cedis, or between 10 to 10.3 cedis per to the USD as of late June. In its report, the Ghana International Trade and Finance Conference highlighted some of the key factors behind the rally. They identified the debt restructuring success, the firming prices of commodities such as gold and cocoa, as well as the intervention by the Bank of Ghana. In this report, they also identified that the Ghana cedis may average 10.02 GHS by the end of 2025. In the report, they contain that between Q3 and Q4, they are projecting that the exchange rate will settle between 7.09 to 10.5 GHS per dollar. Inflation rates are down, but the question is, how much did this rally affect inflationary pressure in Ghana? On the show this morning, we're going to be speaking to Selassie Kofi Akon, who is the CEO of the Ghana International Trade and Finance Conference. Welcome to the show, Selassie.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you very much, your cherished viewers.
All right, so we're getting started right away. The cedi has appreciated roughly 40 to 50% against the dollar. It has now acclaimed to world best performing currency this year. How would you assess the overall significance of this rally?
Well, thank you once again. Let me take your own words or phrase, a dramatic overturn of the cedi. I mean, we think that there are a number of indicators, economic indicators, that are driving this positive trajectory and outlook of the Ghanaian cedi against not only the dollar, but other major trading currencies in the country. For instance, your viewers may be well aware that Ghana undertook a painful economic transformation program last year, which was what we call the haircut, which was part of the debt restructuring procedure by the then government. It was painful because investments were going to be foreclosed, earnings and dividends were going to delay. People's expectation in terms of what was happening on the market and their returns were going to be delayed. So the entire debt restructuring came as a yielding fruit in 2025 for the dollar and other trading major trading currencies. But that's not all. That is capitalized by the current administration's robust discipline. It was a deliberate decision to stimulate the economy within the last 6 months, as we've seen, as a result also of the cedi's appreciation against the dollar. So some of the internal indicators, which I said earlier, includes the debt restructuring, what we call the fiscal position, which actually government's deliberate policy to reduce deficits and grow revenue. And this was expected to also reduce borrowing, which has accumulated domestically to what we are seeing on the foreign exchange. However, one other important, very critical government intervention is what we call the gold board.
Okay.
The gold board became very necessary to regulate Ghana's resource in terms of gold export outside the jurisdiction and measure systematically and strategically the income repatriation back into the country and hitting our monetary system to give us the better, how do we call it? Give us a better reserve or increase the Ghanaian reserve. And this strengthened the cedi against the US dollar and other trading currencies in the country. So to answer you briefly, these are some of the domestic economic indicators that influenced the cedi's growth and stability we are seeing.
So basically, you've identified quite a number of factors. You've mentioned the gold board. Pardon me. You've mentioned the gold board. You've mentioned forex or interventions by the Bank of Ghana.
Yeah, fiscal position from the fiscal policy managers, the Ministry of Finance.
Okay, so I want to ask, which of these factors has been the most decisive in this particular trend? Which factor has been the most decisive?
The factors that have been most decisive from where we sit as a GITFIC is the seemingly coordination and collaboration between the fiscal head of Ghana's economy, which is the Ministry of Finance, and then the monetary policy head of Ghana's economy, which is the central bank. There've been a very prudent and strategic collaboration that we've seen and has been seen in a very long time in Ghana's economic space, which has led to cohesion and better management of Ghana's economy. For instance, you would notice that our monetary policy per the central bank's intervention was maintained, I think, for the second time within this period. And this was strategically done to align with the fiscal results that the Ministry of Finance was implementing. And that would accumulate a number of reserves, or that will further increase Ghana's reserve. The gold board is strategically critical because we were here in this country not too long ago when we got to know per research that the amount in terms of value of Ghana's gold exports that was formal and informal, the informal revenue in terms of value exceeded the formal revenue that was coming into the country. So there was a need to sanitize the mineral space of Ghana. And hence when this government came, they strategically decided to regulate and be strong on regulation in terms of measuring exactly what goes out from our earth into the market space and matching it to exactly what we earn. And that has given us the forex, short our reserves, and that is what is growing or appreciating the Ghana cedi. Also, the issue of acceleration on expenditure has become very critical. That the government, this new government, had decided to minimize expenditure and rake in more revenue to mitigate the shortfalls and grow the economy. So to us, it is of no surprise that even the credit rating agencies have started picking up those positive trajectory from Ghana's economy, with Moody's, revising our rating with them to CAA2, which is positive outlook, which we even anticipate that in the very coming months, we are going to be seeing Moody's review our credit rating again to BA2. Not too long ago, about last week or so, we realized that Fitch rating agency had equally also revised Ghana's rating, credit rating to B.
So
making it a stable outlook. And these are all indicators of the pragmatic and strategic economic management of this current administration.
So one question I want to ask is in relation to your neighbor. Will I say your neighbors now? Nigeria, your Anglophone counterparts in West Africa. So
our big brothers.
Okay, thank you for admitting that. So one question I want to
Nigeria
ask.
is our big brothers.
The question is around the fact that, so for Nigerians have, we will say we're in a region of stability with regards to our currency. When the new government stepped in your own case, the new government stepped in and the currency began to appreciate, it began to strengthen, went up from 15 cedis now to 10. That's a significant chunk of strength. In our case, our currency depreciated massively by more than 60%. It declined more than 60%. Now we're around the corridors of 1,500 to 1,550 naira to the dollar. And we'll say we've been in that region for over a year now. The government is elated that the fact that their FX reforms have come to stay and they have come to yield stability. Because between 2015 to 2023, when the previous government ruled, we saw the naira go from around 190 naira to a dollar, move to around, that is in the official market, from 190 naira to 465 naira to a dollar. But in the unofficial space, we saw it move from around 200 naira to a dollar. We saw it move to 750 naira to a dollar. That was a lot of, you can imagine the amount of value that is wiped out.
Right.
But the strength of the naira is in a stable state. Official rate, black market rate, parallel market rate basically are still around the same corridors, but Nigerians have largely been excluded from international markets due to the nature of its currency. We have largely been excluded. Now, some people are still hoping that maybe the currency will grow stronger. Maybe we can see the naira go below 1,000 naira to a dollar. Based on what's going on in Ghana, what lessons do you think that the CBN can take from the Bank of Ghana?
Very well. Thank you very much. That's an elaborate question. Now, our answer is simple. There should be political will.
Okay.
Without political will, Nigeria's economic growth trajectory may be derailed. So deliberate political will, number one. Number two, there should be discipline. Discipline here means that both from the fiscal management of Nigeria's economy and the monetary management of Nigeria's economy. Number three, there should be sensitization on the dangers of speculation. In Ghana here, we notice that over 30% of the forex buildup was based or due to market speculation. And so when there is a political will, when there is discipline, it should transcend to being able to apply that discipline to weeding out the charlatans from Nigeria's money market, or in terms of Nigeria's forex market. Speculators tend to benefit from the bad or the weak trajectory of our currency. And as I said, about 30% of the buildup in Ghana we discovered was based on speculation. And so until there was that political will, number one, until we decided to go through the economic pains by restructuring our debt, until there was that discipline, both fiscal and monetary, we weren't seeing, or we were not going to see, this sharp appreciation of our currency against the dollar and other major trading currencies. So for Nigeria, we think that once you deliberate, instill discipline in your fiscal space, not necessarily going back to the Bretton Woods institution for policy
directions
and directions like what we've done, but you need to cut speculation. The speculators are benefiting. The Nigerian economy is huge. So for speculators, if we want to put value on their earnings, it's unimaginable. So be disciplined, have the political will, weed out the charlatans in the market, and build a robust buffer system. Once you do this, you would notice that your economy and all other indicators, i.e. the internal and external indicators, as a genius indicator, will all start responding positively to a trajectory. And then that may also trigger the credit ratings, who have become like the disciplinary guardians of every economy in Africa, would also start responding positively. And that would project your economy into a positive growth.
So one question I want to ask now is around how well has this strengthened CD affected inflation? We've been seeing, at least from the start of this year up till now, we've seen like a 3 to 4 percentage point decline in inflation. I think inflation is around 22% now. How well do you think that the strength of the Ghana cedis has played? What role do you think the strength of the Ghana cedis has played in declining inflation in Ghana?
Thank you very much again. This is a good question. Number one, what the current cedis appreciation has done to the Ghanaian economy is to cut off our debt by almost 150 million USD. Critically, because it was a cedis depreciation that also exacerbated the current or the total debt to GDP in Ghana. So with the current gains that the cedi has had, automatically our currency had appreciated, and that has reflected on the total debt to GDP.
Okay.
What this has done is that year-on-year basis, per the consumer price index, that's the CPI, our inflation is currently hovering around 18 to 20 and 22% at large. The month on month is currently less than 1%. because we are import dependent just like many other African countries. And so we export a lot. And so the strength of the CD has made it very interesting, aside other benefits like investor confidence, which is bringing more investment in the country over the last 6 months. We have seen per the flows and charts. Consumers are beginning to experience easing in price of the market. And this is what has reflected deeply into an inflation rate in 2023 of over 50% to today of about 18 to 22%. And so consumers are enjoying, it is reflecting. And then we look forward, in fact, per the target, to get into a single-digit inflation, hopefully before the close of this year, 2025, or early 2026.
But now, is the Bank of Ghana's intervention strategy, is this sustainable, or will reserve depletion become a concern?
Reserve deflation will certainly be a concern on any other economy, including Ghana. Ghana is not exempted.
Yes.
But the monetary intervention by the Bank of Ghana, including tightening our policy out there and then maintaining the monetary policy rate out there, is, as I said earlier, has contributed exceedingly great to the successes we are seeing in the expansion of the Ghanaian economy. Okay. So yes, the monetary interventions are helping, and we look forward for a more robust intervention from the monetary.
So the question now is: are they sustainable? Can the Bank of Ghana keep putting in this amount of USD into the
Bank
market?
of Ghana is currently building more buffers.
Okay.
I mentioned a government policy known as a gold bond. Currently, within the space of the first quarter, since the current administration got to power, the gold bond has recorded over 1.4 billion United States dollars inflow into the Ghanaian economy, which is showing up our external reserves. And it is expected that before the close of the third quarter, the gold bond alone would rake in over 4 billion United States dollars to keep on sustaining the economic projections, positive projections that we see. And so the Bank of Ghana is able, or the central bank is able, to sustain the current policies they have put in place to grow the Ghanaian economy, minimize inflation, and keep the forest at bay for both traders and then the general public.
So one question: what's your projection for the Ghana cedis? What's the projection for the exchange rate by to the end of the year?
Very well. Our baseline per our research that we've done, which is out there, which has been carried on by several media houses, including your distinguished media house. Our baseline expectation is 7 cedis to $1. However, on the stretch, per the close of 2025, we don't expect it to exceed 10.2, 10.5 Ghana cedi to the dollar.
Okay. Now, finally, just one question I want to ask is about Ghana's approach to commodity exports. So, one country in West Africa that I personally, I'm not a government official, but I think we can learn a lot from, especially as Nigerians, is Ghana in their approach to commodity exports. Just the way the Ivorians also have the cocoa board, Ghana's cocoa board as well as the gold board combined together to have provided some form of liquidity and capital buffer for the Ghanaian economy, or FX reserve buffer. How do you think the Nigerians can institute this in their own space too? Because Nigeria is like the 4th largest producer of cocoa in the world, and we still have some very significant gold reserves.
Very well. I'll repeat the same recommendations I said a while ago. There should be the political will, number one. There should be discipline, number two. And then once these two things come to play, you need to deliberately structure your export commodities on the international market. You see, Nigeria, we are all practicing an open market, but Nigeria's market is extremely open. Regulations are losing in several ends. And so if you begin to have a political will to tighten your regulation and enforcing your laws and policy, you would realize that you will start seeing such positive growth
Okay.
See, as I said, our current government has to be deliberate and so strategic to say that this is pouring faith and trust in the Ghanaian economy and society. So Nigeria can follow suit, tighten your policies, tighten all the policies that are geared in managing and regulating your export into the global market. And this can only bring you, or this is what can only bring you the successes your economy need, and grow your economy to the expectation growth rate.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Selassie Kofi Akom. It's been a pleasure talking to you on BDTV this morning.
Likewise, and thank you very much for having us. Our doors are always open, and we look forward to further engagement in the near future.
Have a lovely morning.
Bye-bye.
To our viewers, thank you for sticking with us on BDTV this morning, where we've had an insightful conversation on the work on why Ghana cedis is the strongest currency in Africa this year. Thank you very much and have a lovely morning. I'm David Olujimi.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
First of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people, are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money. They can see the passion. I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destinations and start having seminars to decide how we will achieve our preset denomination, rather than trying to redraw the rule book all the time. Oh, several. We're pioneering the Noila, which is a dual-purpose chicken breed that can change the face of protein malnutrition in Africa. And already we have over 1.2 million rural households. And we have nearly 10,000 mother units that are buying the day-old chicks, raising them for 5 weeks, and distributing all around the country. It's been very, very successful. We're very proud of it. We're also doing innovations like empowering farmers for broiler feed production, for sellers of chicken and beef and fish and eggs. So we're very, very proud of what we've been able to achieve in the protein space, in spite of all the challenges, while still forging ahead. Okay, for instance, our outgrower farmers, we give them the subsidized day-old chick price because we're the #1 producers of day-old chicks in Nigeria. We're able to give them a certain subsidized price. We give them feed. We give them veterinary pharmaceuticals, also at subsidized prices. And most importantly, we take the products back from them into our chicken processing plants in Uyo, Kaduna, Benin, and Ibadan. That way we're able to produce a closed circuit, end to end, for the farmers. And we've, by the grace of God, been able to bring thousands of farmers back into active business. Well, there's a lot of government can do, and I know they're doing a lot. I'm aware that there's quite a lot of effort, but like I said, we need to move away from
from creating ideas to implementing the ideas we already have. And for instance, energy. Why is a farm in Nigeria paying an energy bill? In many countries, energy for farming is subsidized. In road networks, we were fortunate the Oyo State Governor, Engineer Sheyi Makinde, visited one of our facilities and saw how horrible the road was. And we're glad to say that that road has been commissioned now. But how many people have that benefit? So infrastructure government can help us with, and also the right environment, the economic environment. Government has no business doing agriculture. They have every business facilitating the production of food to get to the average Nigerian at the lowest price. And I wish them all the luck, all the best in the efforts that they're currently on.
The need for us to immediately future-proof our agri systems and make the country more food secure. We need more mechanization. We need an ecosystem of value chain actors coming together to build this. We need farmers to become more clusterized for interventions to work in a scale. Oh, very fantastic. So we work across 10 states in Nigeria, providing women farmers access to mechanization through cooperatives. We service flour mills of Nigeria, Coast rice. These are some of the biggest growers in the country. We provide fit-for-purpose mechanization from land preparation to harvesting services, and we have seen an increase in yield. Now, we deploy these solutions with an intent for the farmers to succeed, thereby becoming partners to the farmers for the future. We are at the verge of launching our e-commerce platform. It's called the Correct Farmer Platform for farmers to access these products from the comfort of their homes across board, and the growing population of farmers that we have needs to have these tools at their fingertips. The government needs to make their policy more consistent. That's all.
Well, the topic is the future of agriculture in Nigeria, and I just spoke on a panel about future-proofing Nigeria's food security. There's a lot that we have said, but I think the major thing is we need ecosystem players to collaborate so that we can scale, because it's easier to solve the problem at scale than acting fragmented. And of course, beyond that, we need government to be more of a facilitator to bring ecosystem players together, ensure that incentives are well aligned for all players to play. And those ecosystem players will include service providers like input suppliers, from mechanization to fertilizer to seed, then to financiers, financial institutions where I sit. For example, we have funds, and then we provide loans to trade finance loans to commodity exporters, and we finance a number of companies in Nigeria. So you bring financiers together also that way, and then you bring companies that want to scale agriculture, want to invest in the sector. You bring them together and you align incentives for everybody. But we need to start doing things at scale. We need to collaborate, because to really solve the problem, we need to have like an integrated systems approach, so that we can truly handle the problem from farm to table. I mean, it's a broad question. That like I said, agribusiness is a complex system. So I can't prescribe 1 or 2, 3 actionable steps. The first is different players need to understand what their role is. And government needs to use their power in the most effective way. That's the first. So what's the best way for them to use their power? I think that is to bring players to the table, align incentives for all of them, and then ensure that it's implemented. So you bring farmers, you bring commercial investors, you bring financiers, you bring input suppliers, and then you find the right incentives, the right partners, development partners, and you ensure that that's implemented, right? That's one, but it's a complex problem. So there's so many. There'll probably be a list of 100 things to be done. But the fact is, we can't solve the problem the way we are right now, because we're fragmented. Most of the things we have is wasting. So we need a systems approach. In that systems approach, government's role is to facilitate, bring every important stakeholder to the table. And the third is, we then need to, all of those players need to take their part as financiers and investors, as service providers, as agriculture and agribusiness companies, and solve their own part of the problem.
For us, starting with especially when we talked about cluster, especially for agriculture, we
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. Let's see what's making the headlines this afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Total Energies Nigeria sees Q3 profit slump on weak revenue. Nigeria-Brazil dialogue produces $1 billion agri deal. IGP confirms arrest of 53 suspects over attacks in Benue and Plateau State. Gates Foundation to commit $1.6 billion to Gavi Vaccine Alliance. Toby Amusan wins 100-meter hurdles at Ostrava Golden Spike Meet. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Total Energies Marketing Nigeria PLC has revealed that the company expects its third quarter profit to slump by over 60% compared to the prior quarter. This comes as higher financing costs and weaker top-line performance erode earnings, with profit for the 3 months ending September 2025 projected at 543 million naira, down from 1.4 billion naira in the second quarter. According to the company's forecast fillings on the NGX, the decline comes despite a modest rise in gross profit, highlighting mounting pressure from administrative and interest expenses that are tightening margins. The report showed that the local downstream unit of the French energy giant is also forecasting a 7.6% drop in revenue to 177.1 billion naira in Q3 compared to 191.6 billion naira in Q2. While cost of sales dropped proportionately, rising operational overhead and a spike in finance charges weighed heavily on the bottom line. Moving on, Vice President Kashim Shettima has revealed that Nigeria and Brazil have signed a $1 billion agreement on Tuesday, 24th of June, to boost agriculture, food security, energy, and defense in the West African nation. Shettima, in a statement posted on X, says both countries aim to deploy over $1 billion to deliver mechanized farming equipment, training, and service centers across Nigeria. According to reports, the agreement was signed in Abuja during a visit by Brazil's Vice President Geraldo Alckmin to Nigeria. The Vice President told his Brazilian counterpart that reforms embarked upon by President Bola Tinubu have helped in reshaping the country's economy. To end the local news, Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun has announced the arrest of 53 suspects in connection with a series of deadly attacks that recently rocked Benue and Plateau State. Reports show that the arrest followed actions by law enforcement agencies after President Bola Ahmed Tinubu ordered the immediate apprehension of all those involved in the bloodshed. Egbetokun, speaking at a press conference held at the force headquarters in Abuja, says the coordinated attacks took place between June 13 and June 23, 2025. The police inspector, however, confirmed that contrary to earlier reports of hundreds of deaths, police investigations established that 47 people were killed, 27 injured, and 100 displaced. And on the foreign scene, the Gates Foundation has revealed that it will commit $1.6 billion over the next 5 years to support Gavi, a public-private partnership that is helping to secure vaccines for the world's poorest children. The foundation chair, Bill Gates, cited that the number of kids dying around the world will likely go up this year, 2025, because of the massive cuts to foreign aid, insisting that funding Gavi was the single most powerful step to stop it. Gates says the Vaccine Alliance is looking to raise $9 billion for its work from 2026 to 2030 at a pledging event to be held in Brussels on Wednesday, co-hosted by the European Union and the Gates Foundation. To end the news, Nigeria's 100-meter hurdler and world record holder Toby Amusan has secured a decisive victory in the women's 100-meter hurdles at the Ostrava Golden Spike in Czech Republic. Amundsen clocked a season best time of 12.4 seconds, comfortably ahead of her rivals, making a strong statement as she builds momentum this season. According to reports, the African and Commonwealth champion showcased her explosive speed and flawless technique, leaving the competition training. Amundsen's winning time of 12.4 seconds positioned her among the fastest hurdlers globally this season, sending a clear message to her rivals ahead of major competitions. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the BDTV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Millions of Nigerians have been pushed to the brink of starvation by the soaring cost of food, a condition many say was made worsened by the government reforms and policies. The current food crisis in Nigeria stems from two significant policy changes implemented by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. 1. The removal of fuel subsidies, and 2. The floating of the currency. Although successive presidents pledged to eliminate the subsidy, but they frequently backtracked due to fears of mass unrest. However, President Tinubu boldly announced the end of the fuel subsidy on his inauguration day. This move resulted to widespread pain. Petrol prices nearly tripled overnight in some parts of the country, with transportation costs following suit. This increase in fuel prices has driven up the cost of other goods. As a result, food inflation has surged to all-time high. The cost of staple food, such as rice, cost more than double in the past year. Nigeria is now witnessing an alarming rise in poverty levels. These have made the opposition parties form a coalition. At a public lecture in Abuja, held to honor the former governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amaechi, on his 60th birthday, the former Vice President of Nigeria, Atiku Abubakar, said the Tinubu-led administration is weaponizing poverty, and these have made them to come together for a coalition against his government.
This particular government is weaponizing poverty. And that is why we are in this alliance, to make sure we don't allow them to continue weaponizing policy.
However, the floating of the naira, on the other hand, has led to a sharp depreciation of the currency. The World Bank said poverty in Nigeria's cities is more than 40%, while in rural areas we have a staggering figure of 70%. The bank has also warned that more Nigerians will be poor in the next 5 years due to economic weaknesses and Nigeria's dependence on oil revenues. More to this problems are the decades of violence in rural communities. Violent attack has forced hundreds of thousands of farmers to flee from their farmlands. These have brought agriculture and commerce to halt. Experts suggest that investment in the agricultural sector will bring food security. But food security also requires physical security. In response, the government has ordered the release of grains from the national reserves to cushion the effects of hardship in the land, and also proposed a monthly $15 grant to 12 million vulnerable households, or an estimated 60 million Nigerians nationwide. For BDTV, Isaac Ogbini.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
The Pan-Atlantic University brought together industry experts, creators, students, and changemakers in the music industry at the Lagos Business School for the second edition of its SMC Music Business Conference, themed Leveraging AI for Growth, Opportunity and Sustainability in the Music Industry on the 30th of May 2025. The conference commenced with a welcome address from the Pan-Atlantic University School of Media and Communications Dean, Dr. Ikechukwu Ubiaya, where he pointed out the possibilities of AI and how we can capitalize on it to inspire growth in the music industry.
Welcome, and I do hope you have a fantastic day in the music conference of this year. Thank you.
He also used this opportunity to launch the book, a compilation of papers written on the last Music Business Conference. The event proceeded with a keynote speech from Mr. Munyiratsi Chaneta, Managing Director Africa, Empire Publishing, which addressed the impact of AI in the evolution of music rights management.
AI is not here to kill music. It's here to test us. It's here to challenge us. And maybe it's here to help us. Today, we'll explore what AI really is, why music has always feared innovation, and what's broken in our industry, especially in Africa, and how AI might just be the tool that can help fix it.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with a plethora of reputable speakers and a master class, which was able to expatiate on the ethics of AI in music.
Or if I want to mix and master and check my parameters, I could also use like certain metering. There are AI metering devices as well, where you can check your loudness, your peaking and all that. So like I can essentially start my workflow and end my workflow without doing anything myself.
How do I analyze all the data to know where the audiences are, where the people that will sell the tickets are? Smart advertising. How do I know where to spend my advertising money? If you don't do it, you just wouldn't be as efficient as everybody else. You wouldn't make as much revenue per naira spent, and you would just get weeded out. And you would see that evolution in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the music business, where there might have been companies that were at the top, and then other companies took over, record labels that were at the top, other record labels took over, and it's not just a local thing. So I think make it available, like you said, teach people, do all these awareness things. Like this panel, for example, will probably bring AI. Everybody might have heard of it, but they might have not thought about it in a different way.
The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversations which covered accepting AI as a tool that had come to erase excuses instead of a threat to the music business. Each session ended with an opportunity for attendees to share their questions and opinions with the panelists. Some of the attendees and panelists also shared their submissions and takeaways from the event.
It has always been our goal to do more in the different sectors. And so this opportunity we saw as a golden one, the opportunity to collaborate with Aristocrat last year to start this, was for us like a first step into this area of the music industry. And of course, it goes without saying that today it's an industry that's making tremendous impact in the world as a whole, having such an influence. But you look at the other side of it and you see that so much more needs to be done in terms of improving education for this sector, in terms of improving the structures for this sector, and taking time out to study it, taking time out to show the young people who are trying to go into this space what it's all about. We think it's a great contribution towards building a stronger industry. This really is why we decided to do this.
AI can only make improvements to the lives of our creatives. AI is data, it is analysis, it is efficiency. It's able to speed up processes, it's able to clean things up in such a way that it can actually improve the flow of money, the monetization of content back to the creators where it truly needs to be.
How do I use AI? That's one thing people need to understand. When they're able to like fine tune that aspect of how to use AI for fashion, how to use AI for marketing, how to use AI for production, how to use AI for either media or whatever, people will be able to cue into it because whatsoever you don't know, have an idea about how beneficial these things can be to me, you probably just ignore it and get slept on.
So you see a lot of AI generated Afrobeats theme music or bass music. And even if not Afrobeats core, Afrofusion, so maybe fusing Afrobeat to like R&B more from any part of the world. So it won't just be Nigerians anymore or South Africans or Ghanaians. It'll be like anybody. It could from some person from, I don't know, Switzerland will probably be generating as well. So that's what I see. I can't tell you what platforms are going to exist because I can't see into the future, but it will be more common, and I feel like we would have made our peace with it. How can artists protect themselves in the AI-dominated landscape? Well, to be honest, just lawyer up. Always lawyer up and have an entertainment lawyer who's knowledgeable about the space and about IP laws and protection, basically. And those will be the best people to advise in any situation.
The event reached a gratifying resolution with the closing remarks from the convener of the conference, Mr. Joseph Abiagom, reflecting on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence. Norma Obonna, reporting for Business Day Television.